So the first action of the show, albeit extra to look and all that. Spot a look. Been a pretty quiet morning so far, so I've not figured it worth starting any sooner. Don't want to be treating you to oodles of empty tarmac. Okay, right, slightly earlier, so let me just finish the setting up. There's our Dreamliner. You'll see that in action in a bit. Crikey, I've got some catching up to do here. In fact, let me go in front of camera. There's nothing much happening at the minute. Oh dear. Good morning one and all. I hope Saturday's proving everything you'd hoped it would be today. So welcome to Newcastle. See, the chat looks quite busy before we've got rolling. So first in, political bias. Good morning to you, my friend. Hope you're good. Well, early's an endearing trait. I think after the Thursday stream when I rocked up, I think there was 3 mods in the chat before me. Alibi 58, Alexandra Wood and Nell. And I kind of thought, oh, I better kind of sharpen my game up this morning. Andy P, good morning to you. And Paul Anderson, also good morning to you. 48 hours from your big day. Big week in Rome about to begin. Bag of small items packed, and tomorrow star on clothes. Assuming when you say your big day, being very traditional, you're getting married, Paul. That's what I'm getting there. So fantastic. Alexandra Wood, good morning to you. One of our all-star team of moderators. Nell W, likewise, good morning, both of you. Deborah Speller, good morning. Madmatic123, welcome back, my friend. I hope you're keeping well. Certainly at this end, I'm in the pink. Plenty of sun cream on today. I've just transitioned from beanie to peak cap because I think that's the direction the weather's going. We'll cover that one in a bit. Sam Thurlaway, welcome back, my friend. The Emirates flight coming in from Denmark today. I think when I last looked, it was running small minutes early, so should be around 12 o'clock. What else have we got? Peter E, good morning to you, Peter. Stephen Marchant, welcome back, my friend. Alibi 58, good morning. How are you doing, buddy? Pizza day and all that. I'm with you, Andy P. I think Alexandra's blue spanner trim, livery if you will, definitely suits her. Well, so similar weather for you in Belgium then, Nell, which is good, because at the minute I think we are predominantly on an easterly system, so roughly what you get, we get, although I think we're a bit further up the chart. Alan T in Colville, good morning to you, my friend. Hope all is good. Christopher Boys, how are you doing, my friend? Hope you're keeping well. Ewan, hello, my friend. Welcome to Newcastle. So I reckon I'm all caught. Oh, I'm liking Alibi 58's emojis. I mean, I'm telling you now. I mean, it's a well-known fact. I'm blinking useless with emojis. But yeah, I'm looking at Alibi's emojis. That says a good day coming, doesn't it? Good stuff. Right, I'm just going to go around the other side now, because I think I might have a couple of bits to show you as well before the show starts. So the Air France arrival, which was due in at around 10:25, which is really why I'd look to start the show at 10:15 is going to be a little bit delayed. I think that's pushing nearer to 10 to 11 or something in that region. So I think the first arrival for us will be the Loganair, Scotland's finest, Embraer 145, due in around 10:30 from Southampton. So incoming imminent, folks. I'm just going to go the other side though, to show you something that I spotted while I was setting up. Of course, that rather presupposes that the thing I think I can show you, I'll have the technological mastery to do so, but hey ho, we'll give it a go. Don't know if I've seen a comment in the chat that confirms sounds okay. Grateful if somebody could give me that. I can't swap my hardware out until Wex Photographic agree a date with me, because I don't want to just give it them and wait for my new one. I could be off air for weeks. Right, what was I going to show you anyway? Still here, I'm just trying to master the technology. There we go. So the little belter that you will be seeing on your screen at the minute, I spotted while I was setting up a Gulfstream G450, registered November 804 Alpha Golf. It's a private owner and I couldn't get any flight history out of it. But I don't know if we'll get to see it later on in the show. It wasn't in Thursday tea time, so I'm guessing it came in at some stage during Friday. But either which way, I thought it was worth a little show and tell. The Dreamliner you're looking at as well, I've actually got the clip of it arriving, which I'm kind of tempted to use now. Thanks Andy P, sound confirmed as good, A-OK. Oh, sorry, Mattock. Yes, you're right. Up. You'll have to just indulge me and my squinting through my glasses at some fairly small text. Up, yes, Mattock. I think I said that right. Give me a thumbs up if I did, Mattock. Nell's confirming sound is good, as is Christopher, so thanks, you're such a supportive group. I'll tell you what we're going to do, just because it's a slack moment. I'm just going to pull on the clip of this arriving. It's only a very short clip. You should keep the sound that's with the clip rather than me, that's the only thing, but I don't think that's a colossal loss, is it? No comments required on that one. Now, amazingly enough, I can't get it to fire up, which the clip you're seeing at the minute is the end piece. It should rewind to the start. Rewind, check me out. Paul Usher, good morning, my friend. Hope you're keeping well. Weather weren't bad when I was down here on Thursday, and today is shaping up quite similar, to be honest. So all good, and with this Dreamliner plus the 777 we've got a couple of decent heavies to add to our usual array of movements through here. Bit light on BizJet sadly, which is why I took the picture earlier on, just to give you a taste of something that is parked up. You never know, look, it might get to go in the show. It'll be another one of those NA jobs, I think. Yeah, I think Deborah Speller's advice is entirely correct. Unfortunately, there's a stream that's set up about 10 yards away from me being here the first, but hey ho. But that'll be why you're potentially hearing two. Ah, Mrs. Patmore. Is that Mrs. Patmore as in, looking at Alibi's comment, off Downton Abbey, Mrs. Patmore, or is that an altogether more famous Mrs. Patmore that probably I should know about? I think I've said before, I'm generally behind the curve when it comes to catching on to TV trends. I think I discovered Friends on Series 6, and so it is with Downton Abbey. I used to ignore it while it was a fresh thing, and then I've kind of discovered it much later, but hey ho. Alexandra, that's the main thing. You always got to use the time to best advantage. Definitely. Just going to have a quick toggle around. Those pop up, yes please. It's always the same when you set up in that initial phase. You just don't. There's always little things to close down. So just having a quick pan of the airfield while we wait. Our runway. So the other thing, let's do the forecast and do the opening of the show proper. Actually. Then we're all briefed, aren't we? So where's my windsock? Ah, there we go. I'm looking straight down the barrel of it now, which, hey ho, right. So let's do the show opening proper then, as I started a little bit prematurely. So good morning one and all. I'm Mark, your host for Plane Sailing Aviation, down here at Newcastle International Airport. For our Saturday show. We've not done a Saturday show for a bit here, so quite looking forward to this, although it'd be a sad day out if I ever wasn't looking forward to watching planes. So I hope you're having a good Saturday so far, and we'll try and add to that. We've done hellos. Now the weather was the reason I wanted to sort of open the show formally, so what have we got? Less than 5% chance of rain, quick cast around in the sky. There's plenty of blue. I mean, you can see plenty of cloud, but if I kept panning upwards, it's more blue, I think, in the overall picture. So I'm expecting a dry show, so no need for, hopefully, he says, wet weather trim. Let's have a look. Temperatures starting around 9 degrees, rising to 14 by show's close. That feels about right. So I've got a jacket on at the minute, but I reckon I'll be shedding that pretty soon. That'd be nice. And with the wind being basically, I think it was northeasterly, moving to an easterly, we are keeping runway 7 in use, so reverse operations. So basically taking off from around that spot and disappearing off into what's increasingly becoming a fine blue yonder over there towards the North Sea. They'll get their turn in a little bit before the North Sea. Wind really negligible, 4 miles an hour, 3 and a bit knots. It will rise to around 7 miles an hour, 6 knots during the course of the show, but I think we'll be struggling to say that's going to be trembling any wind Richter scales. Gusts at 5 miles an hour, 4.3 knots, rising during the course of the show to around 10 miles an hour or 8.7 knots. So it's a fair hike, but from a very low base. So yeah, wind is not going to create us any particular dramas today. Crikey, I was just saying that I was going to take my coat off a little bit sooner. I'm going to be taking it off now, I reckon. I'm cooking up. So just catching back through the chat. So let's have a look. And I've just realised, yeah, no, so Mad Matt UK is what I'm getting. I hope I've got that right. It's a lot of digits and letters to read on the board. Can I call you Mad? Or, I mean Mad Matt. Oh, get myself tongue-tied. Hilarious. So Alexandra Woods left us lined up. Air France from Paris, as we were discussing, delayed. Aer Lingus from Dublin, estimated 10:40, and I think I can hear our Loganair arrival. So I'm just trimming us up ready, folks. So first landing of the show. There we go, wheels down, puff of smoke. There we are, folks. First incomer of the show. I'll come back to the movements list in a bit because I've got a feeling today is weighted more for arrivals and departures, but I did the prep last night and I've been to sleep in between times. Good morning, Catch Corp. How are you doing, my friend? Hope Saturday is going well for you so far. Perhaps a bit of sunshine in your part of the world. Hopefully not working. Political bias, yeah, runway 7, mate. Reverse ops. Which is pretty handy actually. It was one of the big reasons for me popping down to stream on Thursday. I thought I'm going to have to take advantage of it while we got it, because takeoffs are pretty neat to catch from here, and to be fair, landings are once they come belting up over the hedge. Keeps me on my toes. Alibi, you've got sun breaking out, we've got sun breaking out, Nell's got some sun in Belgium. I think the cards are, at least for the minute, in our favour, folks. I might even get a dash round with a lawnmower when I finish the stream. Certainly put plenty of sun cream on, and I've not been streaming for long, but you can kind of feel it, the rays are pretty strong. I mean, you see the hazing that we've got there. It's always a good indication of what the sun's up to, what the heat's doing. So we'll track this Embraer 145 back to the pits. Putting a marker down as well for best use of taxiing speed. Coming our way? I'd like to think so. They usually do, don't they? Thinking gate 1. You'd think with the windsock broadly pointing in my direction, I might get a little bit of the old Jet A1 when they start up on this side. I'll let you know as the stream unfolds. I'm still trying to work out why that clip of the Dreamliner isn't starting from the beginning. Yeah, the things you plan. Well, the one thing it's not going to is like gate 6. Yep, 6. Gaggle of ground ops people ready to get straight in. Formula 1 style almost. You just need the lollipop, don't you, really? Get the jack under the front. Yeah, Mad Matt, I'm on it now. Mad Matt, I'm there. Slow to the party. Don't think badly of me. I do enough of that for myself. Good morning, Les Donaldson. How are you doing, buddy? Watching the United 75 going over at 4,000 feet to EDI. Lovely touch. I'm thinking, what will that one be? Is that the Washington flight? That'd be my guess. I mean, there's only 3 to choose. I'm bound to have chosen wrong there. But lovely. Markedly different to last Saturday's weather. Mad Matt with a detailed forecast here. So yeah, wind variable, it says here 1 knot. You know, that sounds, the weather forecast I've used is the one I took off the Met Office last night, last thing before I went up, and you know these things shift along. I could easily believe it's 1 knot. It's soft. You've seen the windsock. So Mill, how are we doing, my friend? Welcome back. I hope life's been treating you well in between times. Mad Matt, well, if I can bring a smile into the game, I'm doing my job really, aren't I? To be fair, I'm having a bit of a beam at this end. Oop, perhaps better just bring us in a little bit. Let's see if there's many stepping off. So I'm thinking, in my waters it tells me that the Aer Lingus ATR 72 can't be far behind us at this moment in time. So we'll get a chance to give those emojis, those props emojis, an early twirl. That'd be great. Yeah, I've got the Windy app on my phone now, Mad Matt. But what I tend to do, because I pull everything together into one pot, when I'm prepping up the show the night before, I just do everything as a job lot, and then kind of live on my wits once I get trackside. I know that's a fairly scary prospect as well, but you tend to find anyway, whatever you thought you were getting weather-wise, I'd say at least 50% of the time you get something quite different. Some of you on the stream might remember one that myself and my son Eddie did some months back now, 2 months ago maybe, 2.5, at Newcastle, where it was belting it down with sleet, and that wasn't what we set out for. What we did find is that we just couldn't get a decent signal as it goes. But to be fair, the sleet was belting into our position anyway, so even with the camera wrapped up, you can't protect the lens, can't shoot through a bag. Chance for a quick look see. I don't know if Audrey McDonald will be joining us during the course of the stream. Those who know Audrey know that she's recently acquired a new puppy. I got a picture of the puppy last night. I'll put it on a community post this evening, so do look out for that. Hopefully we'll catch Audrey at some point during the stream, but it's a proper cutie. Ooh, Les, does that mean that we've got a shot at WestJet on Monday? I'll check it out when I get home. I mean, it'll be a bonus. I think, just so people who may not have heard this, and I think most of you probably have, next stream after today will be Edinburgh Monday morning, 7:30 till 11, and then I'm heading further north than I've ever been before, to Aberdeen for a tea time show from 3 till 7 PM, that is. And it would be better than neat if somehow we got looked in on the WestJet resuming service to Edinburgh. We'll catch them one way or the other, but it definitely would be nice to lay eyes on. Can I get a little bit in? Is there much coming off there? I bet there isn't much coming out the hold other than commercial cargo, if any. Although if I'd been a bit more attentive, I'd have been looking carefully to see how many were coming off with walk-ons, carry-ons. So Mill, I am tippity-top, mate, tippity-top. Down at the airport, seldom happier. Sun's beating down increasingly. I'm now thinking this peak cap needs I need to replace it for a floppy. I've talked about this before on a stream, and then the weather's rubbish for 3 or 4 days and the moment goes. But yeah, it's sun's pretty good. I mean, you'll see the hazing on the screen. It's going to be a bit of a feature here because we obviously shoot down the runway. Yeah, Deborah, me and you, I'm a little bit sort of, you know, like pre-match anxiety. I was watching Mac Aviation stream yesterday and enjoying what I was seeing, and it was like, yeah, the first time you go somewhere to stream, it's always particularly exciting because you just, until you've got boots on the ground, you're wondering about what kind of signal upload you're going to get and where you're going to put your car and all this malarkey. But then you push all that to one side and you think, just can't wait to see him coming in somewhere different. I was very much like that in Glasgow a few weeks ago. Well, anywhere I go first time. And then of course I'm hooked because I want to go back again. And I think if we have a good show on Monday, we'll be back up there in June. That's my plan, while we've got the weather on our side. Seems daft not to, plus we've got a bit more daylight. Thanks, Mad Matt. Keep me posted, mate, on that one. And you are our weather app mod. That is true. And I'm not kidding. I've just spotted Alexandra's post. So we've got Lufty on finals. That being a Mitsubishi CRJ 900 long range, if I remember. And according to the picture I saw on last night's, when I was reviewing for the show, looks like it's the classic Lufthansa livery, which, although I like the newer, more contemporary one, I'm a stickler for classics, or classic-ish. Good morning, Carl Shield. I hope you're keeping well and you're having some of this sunshine that's radiating out from across Europe. Certainly reached northeast England and as far north as Edinburgh, from what I can understand. So hopefully it's good for you as well. Mad Matt, you've hit a buzzer squarely in the middle there about helicopter emojis. Alexandra Wood made the same comment to me as well recently, and Eddie, my son, who looks after that more creative side of things, is working on exactly that. So for the Aberdeen show we will have a helicopter emoji to hopefully get a good hammer in. So yeah, good shout, both of you. Carl Shield says 747 heading over us soon. I'll keep an eye out. There's a few vapor trails up top. I'll give primacy to the incoming Lufty, I think, though, just to be sure, because I can hear something else ticking away over on the helicopter part. So I think there's a couple of local bits of action more imminent. And if it's not a helicopter, it's a jolly decent lawnmower. Good morning, David Palfreyman. Welcome back. Hope you are having a great Saturday. Yeah, you're right, political bias. Home of Loganair, Scotland's finest. I mean, it's, as you know, I quite like the Saab 340, so I'm hoping I'm going to get treated to that. And of course, Nell will get a treat with the Widerøe -8s, I think, are on service there. Right, Lufty time. Just bear with me, folks, I can see it through the bushes. Smart little aircraft, aren't they? Hoping they park that up somewhere visible. quite often stick it roughly where that Dreamliner stands. But of course, that's not going to be happening. I think I'll let it roll out from there. No point in chasing it, it'll be too easy. Easy Fantasy, anyone remember them? So Mad Matt confirms, yeah, 10 o'clock, clouds broken, definitely. It looks like someone's taken a big toffee hammer to it. Small clouds, increasingly smaller clouds as you look around. I wouldn't be at all surprised to see this as proper blue in an hour's time or close to. I think the only thing that's going to slow that transition is the lack of wind at lower altitudes, to be honest. So when you look at that haze, you could be in Tenerife almost, couldn't you? Although I've got a shrewd idea it's going to be hazier there. Ah, political bias, that tells me you remember Hazy Fantasy. Kind of weird, isn't it? Until I said, do you remember Hazy Fantasy, I can't think I'd given Hazy Fantasy a waking thought, but the minute I said hazy, it kind of tripped me into the next. I'm just going to pull us out a little bit and wait for it to come into a slightly less hazier position. Now, Les, you got me there, mate. Ooh, crikey, keep up with this. Yeah, I've lost it behind the bush. No, I don't remember the 200s, mate. So I'll squint a bit more now. It's bright days are great. You just get a little bit more glare on your electricals, as you might expect. The Foxy B, good morning, the Foxy B. Welcome back to Plane Sailing Aviation. Welcome to Saturday morning, Planeside. Watching the action here at Newcastle unfold. I did say I was going to give something by way of heads up, didn't I, on movement. So let's just see if I got any prospect of being good to my word. Yeah, so I think that Ryanair was an extra, but I think we've got 21 arrivals and 16 departures today, so a total bag of 37, plus anything we gain by way of tiddlers, or maybe that BizJet that I showed you the snap of at the beginning of the show. So none too shabby, and of course we've got a good range of scheduled airlines in there. British Airways, KLM, Air France, Lufty you're looking at, Scotland's finest you've just seen. Ryanair we opened the show with. I think we may have a bit more of that. In terms of star heavies, we've got the Dreamliner that the camera's been largely rested on, due out around 11:45. The Emirates triple due in around 12 o'clock and due back out again, although it tends to slip a bit on the outward, is my personal experience, around 1:45. Who else we got? Jet 2, quite a few Jet 2s here, don't we? Aer Lingus with their turboprops. Just a really nice blend of action. Sadly we're not getting to see that one deboard, so there's our Dreamliner. It's making ready in the foreground. Just going to rest us there a second. I was catching up with my data as well on the air. Oh crikey, a little bit of tiddler alert. Up and away. I said someone sparked a lawnmower up, didn't I? I thought it was a heli, but how wrong can you be? Not quite the Jolly Green Giant's lawnmower either. So yeah, I was just updating passenger numbers on my record. So for 2022, the confirmed numbers were just a shade over 4 million, which is roughly how they're playing out this year. I think first quarter they knocked out close to just over 1 million. so they're on a similar kind of arc, although they've got more routes coming in here, so I'd expect them to beat that 4.1 million by year's end. We've still got Aegean to come. I think Aegean start up with us in June, which should be jolly handy, something like the 12th, 14th of June, 14th of June, I've just checked my notes. So that'll be something extra to blend in with our shows. We see the Aegean anyway, don't we, at Edinburgh. There'll be quite regular visitors there. Always look stylish, that sunglasses look. And there's still talk in the background about whether Saudi will ever put a route through here. At the minute there's nothing announced, so it's pure conjecture in either direction, I guess heavily founded on the ownership of the football club. But should and could that ever happen, it would be a great thing. It would certainly add to the spotting mix here. Just going to rotate the camera a tidge further while I have a quick look see in the chat. Air France, 3 minutes out, that will Embraer 190. I am standing by. Thank you very much, Alexandra. Good morning, Michelle Johnson. I'm just going to bring us ready. You don't really want to get me picking up a telescope award for missing. Back in the chat. Mark at North Sky Aviation, good morning to you, sir. Hope you're keeping well. I can hear the incomer, so let's get to it, folks. So very much the older of the Air Hop liveries. I think they are moving those now to the Air France tail fin. Still get to see this plenty often at Newcastle. Embraer 190 standard, if I remember my pre-show homework. All the way from Charles de Gaulle. The birds around here have had their Weetabix. The bird song, as I always remark, is just incessant. So we'll track back with this. I'm just going to pull us slightly long. Just caught Political Bias's comments, and I'm not sure who Political was responding to about liking the Tiddlers. Ditto. I think it's one of the great things about plane spotting at some of the smaller airports. You get a richer mix, so what you lose in traffic some days in terms of density of traffic, you gain with a little bit more of a small aircraft mix, a few more turboprops, a few helicopters. Although it'll be interesting how many we get on Monday at Aberdeen. Either which way will be emojied up for the occasion. I'm going to guess, but I don't know because Eddie's not in the stream at the moment, but I think what we'll probably do is something similar to the turbo one. Put 3 options out to the membership and just do a snap poll on it. You know, you do have a say in such matters. Of course, Eddie might say, "Come on, Dad, it's all I've got, all the time I've got to knock one out." But I know he would want it to go to the pole if it possibly could. And this is going to go to the back of the terminal, so we're not going to get to see this one keyboard. Oops. I tell you what, it's lovely being able to spot without a coat on. I'm not sure if it'll be t-shirt weather for me up in Aberdeen though. Ali Bailes, what do you reckon? To be fair, other than a shower midday Monday, forecast looks pretty generous in terms of, oh, hang on, a bit more tiddler action. PB and fellow tiddler enthusiasts, I think we can conjure something up. There we go. Flying Club are obviously having a good old day today. And away we go. No? Yes. Sorry, it's not the greatest shot, folks. As I was saying earlier, it's the sun hazing off the runway. Shooting down the deck doesn't give you the best images at the far extreme. Improves a little bit once you lose the heat from the concrete. Just bear with me, I've just got to hook something out of my bag and then quickly check what the consumption rates have been like so far electrically. So far. So welcome, and a very warm welcome at that, to anyone who's recently joined. I can see the numbers ticking up, so if I've not yet had a chance to say good morning to you, I'm Mark, your host for Plane Sailing Aviation. Thank you for choosing to spend some time with us this Saturday. Hopefully chilling out and just watching some planes in some fairly decent weather. On air till about, time we're on air till about 3 o'clock, and that'll just be determined whether there's action dead on 3, if it comes in a bit sooner, or there's something imminent. Naturally, as you'd expect from us, we will extend. Just going to have to be cautious with consumption. All good. Sam Thirlaway says the Emirates is 1 hour 8 minutes out, so basically tracking time. Which would be handy, because I quite like the idea. The plane you're looking at is due to go at 1:45 if it goes on time, or thereabouts. Both solid contenders for plane of the day, and certainly for me, I quite like to see plane of the day contenders in fairly close proximity. Those of you who watched the Edinburgh show with us last week, I was all for the United Airlines 757. And then, of course, at the latter phase of the show, when Delta departed, the 767-300, I kind of jumped ships at the last. What's that all about? I'm just going to see if I can get the clip for the landing of this plane out and functioning. Just give me 30 seconds. Pretty quiet, eh? And that, finally, after shaking it out of my too difficult to work out what to do with pile, that was the clip of the Dreamliner, Mrs. Patmore, arriving earlier today at about 20 to 9. Hope you enjoyed that. Marcus, good morning to you. Hope all is good with you, Saturday and all that. What part of the world are you from, Marcus? I tell you what, Les, you've got your own viewing deck there, haven't you? United Airlines 75s and 76s. I can't fault you, by the way, mate. I cannot fault you. Nell W, Alexandra Wood, great. Thank you so much for your kind feedback. It's one of the handy things with our encoder. We can basically feed other things in. So if I see anything that's in range when I'm setting up, and you know there's going to be some kind of gap in the show, it kind of makes sense to share. If I'd gone on air at 20 to 9 purely to bring you this plane, the action from then until show's opening wasn't that crash up. Police helicopter, ahoy! There we go. Off to enforce the rule of law in North East England, or keeping their logbook topped up with flying hours. If only we brought the helicopter emoji in for today's show. Stay on it for another couple of ticks. And back to terra firma. Marcus, you are from Newcastle. I'll tell you what, we do we've got a great Newcastle spotting community in the stream. Excellent, my friend. So you're looking at clear blue sky as well, or mostly, I would have thought. Michelle, yeah, that was a rerun. If you're talking about the 787 clip, that was one that I filmed just before we set up for the show. It was literally one of the first things I saw once I planted the tripod, so I thought I'll have a piece of that. Very good, David Balfreman. Indeed, the flying squad. A quick look, see what's happening here. So I reckon our next arrival could be one of these little private planes that's gone out, NA to NA. No call sign, private owner, so I'm not really knowing what's going on there. So just quickly, for the benefit of anyone that is new to Newcastle, main terminal building. Lowered number gates here, 1 through 6, 6 being the Loganair one on the corner. We'll make the 6 out there. Chewy Dreamliner at stand, which is roughly, usually where the Emirates triple goes, but be interesting to see how it works out. Extensive apron, I think that yeah, a couple of vehicles over the back. Look at that. Back to Mad Matt's latest weather forecast. I mean, that's not even a knot, is it? That's like the windsock's gone off on its holidays. tower here, 45 metres high. I'm not shy of saying I really love the appearance of it. 45 metres high or thereabouts. Best view in the house goes the cliche. Single track runway, we're standing at 07 end, 025 be that end, which is actually the prevailing direction because it's mainly westerlies here. So planes that normally arrive from that end when it's a westerly come in from the when it's a westerly wind are coming in from the North Sea. We do a nice little loop, and if we zoom along we come down to the Newcastle Aviation Academy. That little bizjet that I showed folks at the beginning of the show, that's parked just to the right of that bush that you can see in the corner of your screen. But also in that corner is the police helicopter base, the business jet terminal, the flying school, flying club, all kinds of good things that you find at an airport. Okay folks, so just having a quick look to see at the departure board. So the Air France return flight to Paris due out at 10 past 11. They're going to be late on that because they were late in, no question. The Aer Lingus Dublin flight is due out at 10 past 11, but of course that's not with us yet, so that'll be running a bit late. So that's all condensed action for later. This baby should be going to Bergen at 10 past 11, and I think he's in, let's see if the stairs are still down. Cargo hold secure, yeah, it's a fairly advanced state of pack, so I think that's our next departure action. So we've got another Loganair due in from Newquay at 20 past 11. And I'm kind of figuring that will be, I think we're going to have some synergy here with Loganair being the next action in and out. Christopher Cotton, welcome back my friend. Just spotted your entry into the chat. Yes, this is Newcastle, as in Newcastle International, North East England, UK, my friend. Not the, there is a Newcastle airport, isn't there, in Australia, in one quarter or another. State, that's the word I'm after. Oh yeah, Alibaba. I don't know what I'd do without the moderating team, but as always folks, please do consider giving us a like and subscribing to the channel. Both things don't cost you anything and help us massively with YouTube and the way that the channel gets promoted. So that's a really practical thing you can do that doesn't cost you a dime. For those who are interested in supporting the channel in a more elevated way, there are membership options, but I'll not do hard sell on the stream. Just to say that if you go on our about page on YouTube, you can find details there. And also beneath the chat window there is a little dollar sign. If you click on that, it doesn't obligate you, but it will explain the two membership levels that are available. Thanks Alexandra Wood. 10 past 11. Yes, we look good and golden on that one. And you're right, Deborah Speller, that sock is on its holidays. Although actually since we last went to it, it's actually fluttered into a bit of life. I did say, didn't I, in the weather forecast that he thought there might be a little bit more gust. Well, that's what a little bit more gust looks like. Yeah, I think Stephen Marchant, I think we've got a nice little compaction of action. It's just 10 minutes down the track basically, isn't it? Or small minutes down the track. Audrey McDonald, how are you doing? How's Foxy? Thanks for the photo. I don't know if you've seen my email. We'll put that out in tonight's community post. Absolutely adorable. That's my spoiler alert to you folks. So come on Audrey, tell us in the chat while we're waiting for planes, how's it going? Thank you Alexandra for confirming the Aer Lingus ATR is quite delayed, isn't it? 30 minutes out, just over the Isle of Man. So the good news is we will get it before show's end. It's just going to squeeze in somewhere else. Would have been nice for continuity of action. You know, when you plan the show you kind of look for a reasonable sequence of planes, but you're always vulnerable to those that are running late. I mean, aviation, as we know, is a pretty complicated business dealing with fantastic logisticals, so it can't be a surprise when that happens. Never mind, eh? Doris Petzers, good morning to you in Nicosia. Sun's got to be beating down there. So far everybody's having the sun today, so I don't fancy you breaking our sequence, but do tell. Alan C, yes, and we did look at Fridays, and obviously Matt was there yesterday. Plenty of choppers. What I wanted to do was get a decent blend between choppers and aviation traffic, so given the distance involved as well, it seemed to be a sensible proposition, especially as the first stream there, to do Edinburgh in the morning on Monday, 7:30 till 11, then travel onwards to Aberdeen and then pull in a tea time show. In terms of planes, that seems to be the best slot for tea time action through the week. Now, quite how that overlays with choppers and so forth, we'll take stock when we're there, because at the end of the day we're going to go back, so this is really a sort of scouting mission. The plan is to be back in Aberdeen in June somewhere. Not quite figured where it's going to drop yet, and of course the all important weather is, oops, looks like Bergen is pushing back. So we are kind of primed on it. So we'll much to anticipate really. I want to try and give the right blend of action, because like all things planes, some people aren't so keen on turboprops and people like the planes bigger and smaller, and so it goes with those who like helicopters and don't. And I figured if we can get a sweet spot on this, we'll get a reasonably balanced show. I'll let you know how that goes. Well, you let me know if you're able to join us. Cafe Spotter, good morning to you. I hope you're really well. Thanks for joining us. Mark at North Sky reports the British Airways A320 has just passed Concert, so with us imminently. I think this will get a chance to go then, won't it? Feels that way. Simon Kirby, good morning my friend. I daren't ask, are you playing today? Just looking back through the chat, my apologies if I've missed anybody's entry. You know I wouldn't if I wouldn't do it on purpose, but I think I'm up to speed. Either which way, I'm Mark, so welcome to the show. You are looking at this Bergen bound, and he said Brown. Bergen bound Embraer 145 off courtesy of Loganair, really. Off to Bergen. Foxy B. Have you got a brew on the side? Because I think shortbread and a nice pot of tea, I think, and planes in front of you, I think you're definitely in the right place. That's downtime, isn't it? Proper downtime. See if they've got any shortbread on the go. Can't tell, it's too hazy, isn't it, really? Looks like a lot of paperwork from what I can see. Oh, here we go. Kind of got to hold these images, haven't you? Think of the streams you've watched from here where it's not been particularly great weather. And this, you could just be sitting out in a nice easy chair. Yeah, Simon Kirby, we've got an easy one Monday night. The weird thing is I fancy you to take a point. I think all things are possible at Chelsea at the minute. You might make that argument to some extent with Liverpool, but I just don't. I think you've got a team that could dig something out. We've got a team that should but probably won't. Of course, if it turns out better than that, I'll be all smiles when I'm in the stream on Tuesday morning down at Glasgow. I think is the preferred plan, depending on whether we get the right planes in the right place at the right time. I think we'll do a members poll on that one as well, folks, so if you remember, you will have the opportunity to influence what we do next. Michelle Johnson, you said you were a bit dopey, overslept for once. Well, do you know what? At least you can link that moment to too much sleep. I reckon I'm perennially dopey. I was up like a dog with two tails this morning. I always am when there's a chance to go streaming. I think we might. Let's have a quick look, see, is this going to move or are we going to hold? We're holding, aren't we? Definitely holding. I'll be ready to pan the camera around as soon as I get sight of something, as I peer expectantly over my left shoulder. Tell you what, Simon, Brennan's going to want some pretty big pockets. But yeah, I think it's a game you go to expecting a team that's scrapping for its life as against a team that's not scrapping for its life. I think you've got a fan, and probably not that fussed with its manager, who they probably don't figure sticking around anyway. Right, folks, we are literally expectantly awaiting British Airways Heathrow flight, an Airbus A320. I can hear it, just can't see it, so let's bring you round ready. There you go. We're not chasing vapour trails with this one, so it was just waiting for it to come into shot. You can probably hear it now. Plus a metro train thrown in for good measure. So as soon as this turns off, I would anticipate Loganair will be lining up. Oops, sorry folks, that's just me catching the panning handle. Why? I have no clue. Thanks Sam Thurlaway. Emirates now 48 out, so it's all crikey, I put the panning handle down. What is going on? Michelle Johnson, you were saying dopey through oversleep. I think perhaps I did oversleep without knowing it. There we go, Scotland's finest, resplendent in the sunshine. As usual, these go up pretty smartly. Certainly didn't seem to be any significant freight going into the hold. Okey-dokey. I think we'll probably be able to pick British Airways travelling back up. I'm not chasing too hard and heavy, it's going to haze. So you're just passing the fire station at the minute folks, if anyone wonders what that fairly unappealing building is in the background. Mark at North Sky, look forward to catching up next time. Don't know if you're still with us, but have you got anything out Sunday evening? My Sundays aren't the same without a 6:30 prem, mate. Not that that's a reason to lay one on. So relatively brisk journey for the passengers on this A320. Generally around 50 minutes to an hour, depending on what's happening in the sky and prevailing weather and all that. Hope to be back at Heathrow ourselves actually in the relatively near future. Haven't got anything I can tell you yet definitively. So this one is going to come straight past us, as indeed the catering truck has. Oh man. Martin Batchelor, good morning to you, Martin. Happy Saturday weekend here and all that. Hope you're relaxing and enjoying some downtime. No, well, I'm not sure what's going on in that Dreamliner at the minute. It's been on the deck for some time. Got in about 20 to 9. I know they just generally take more turning around. I think the tail of the tape on that one will be if it goes out on time. Its slot time is something like 11:45. Make a hard right, gate 3, it's customary gate. Thanks Alexandra, I'd forgotten about that Aer Lingus, although why I'd have forgotten I don't know. It's significantly behind the curve, isn't it? So over Cumbria, 15 minutes out. Well, something to look forward to. So just remember, we've got that props emoji to give an outing to. See, Mark at North Sky, that's what they call cocktail party syndrome, mate, where you can hear your name at 200 paces. You can't hear the other words, but your name. It's a well established phenomena. 6:30, what are you premming? Do tell before you go. You can't leave people not knowing what you're going to be bringing to their screens potentially on Sunday evening. Thanks, Alexandra. Our Emirates now 44 minutes out, so estimated time of arrival 12:05. So that is actually slipping small minutes. I think that puts it either on time or a couple of minutes over. I think when I set out this morning it was looking to be more of a sort of 12 o'clock or slightly earlier. Oop, tiddler alert, folks. We need a tiddler, not just a props emoji. They just glide out, don't they? Won't be the cleanest catch for us, folks, because of the haze, but we'll see what we can do with it. Up she goes. Righty. It's going to pop us on the tower for a moment. Ah, look at that, in the chat there's lots of twirling of emoji. Yeah. Excellent, folks. You could almost take off if we rotated those in a sequence. You're right, Nell. So cute. I've got to be honest, I quite fancy one of those kind of trips, a circuit around the airfield. Something different. Don't fancy being bounced around inordinately, but I don't think today's likely to do that. So we'll go back on our Dreamliner. Hopefully this will go. I can see people going up the steps, so you kind of got to hope that it's going to be going for its allotted hour. Fingers crossed and all that. I can just see where our ATR is, 10 minutes out. So, all good. 23 minutes on the camcorder battery, so I think I'll go for a change shortly, folks, but not just yet. Although it might make sense to do it now, mightn't it, as nothing's happening. That would be one of the tricks of the trade. Right, see what we're going to do. We're going to go for the battery change, folks. So, Ali Bhai, I'm looking to you in Ken's absence to manage me on this one. So, drill is, you'll see the plane at the minute, the screen will go blank, it'll be quiet very briefly, and then I'll be back momentarily. So let's just see how it goes. So as always, in that old 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Actually, that was a false start. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And you should all be back with me. Right, that will keep us good for +3 hours, folks, so that's good. I'll put this baby on charge so that we've got juice in our pocket for anything that crops up. Right, we're all good. I know, don't invite a rating, I'm going to get trashed on air. Oh, go on then, do it. You see, what you've got to remember is, although the battery switch went well, when you repower the camcorder, it kind of like, you hold the button and you have to wait for it. It seems like a second, but it's probably tenths of seconds before the image pops up. The main thing is it worked. Yeah, I think we've got form for that. So I think it defaulted. I'm not sure if it defaulted to the pre-recorded vid with the Dreamliner coming in. Not sure. Yeah, I thought that was going to be a bit of a bump. Bump and go, bird patrol out. Not disturbing the piece too much. Nell, not a problem. Catch you later, hopefully. Bislandia, hello my friend, I've just spotted your entry into the chat. Andy P gives me a 9 out of 10. I think that's probably a tidge generous, Andy, but warmly received. I think I'm not sure if I could squeeze much more out of it, to be honest, time-wise. You know that saying, less haste, more speed. Tell you what, it did put me onto something that I've not thought about, because this is probably the hottest day I've streamed yet here, in terms of how you protect your electricals from heating up in the sun. Nothing's at exceptional temperature, so I don't think that's going to be a feature today. But if you put another 5 degrees on the clock and a bit more sun intensity, I reckon it could be a bit more challenging. Excellent, Nell. So it's kind of defaulted. So that's the beauty is you shouldn't then get the blank screen. You should get something else pre-recorded. Thanks, Alexandra. This Chewy off to the fantastic Florida via Melbourne Airport, not to be confused with the Australian namesake. It's yeah, I'd be bouncing along to that staircase, I'm telling you now. Not been Florida for years. Oh, Alexandra, you are absolutely, you could be, oh, I've got it there as well. You are front and centre of everything with flight radar. I'm starting to think you are based in Stockholm. Here we go, here's the Lufty. Literally, as my eyes registered the message, I could see just something moving, just a slither. No dallying here. See if we can get a decent look onto the flight deck, or we're going to be intruded by the weather, the hazing. Probably not. Pretty sleek, these Mitsubishi CRJ 900 long range. Look at that, big and small. But I'm just going to fire a quick snap off, folks. I like these contrasty type shots. So your screen will have stuttered. Sorry, that's entirely my fault. Ewan, do you think they've sent off to Quick Fit for a retread? If you think about it, the tyres don't have to do some work. Well, I suppose it's true with your cars and motorbikes, isn't it? It's a hard working and, the obvious point, very essential bit of kit, but Audrey, Ken Alloway has got visitors over from Canada. And here's something behind me, so I'm just preparing to pivot round. It'll be our ATR, won't it? So once this turns off, our Lufty to Frankfurt will make its move. Sure, some great A's there. You definitely want your wraparounds. So as always, folks, if you like what you see, please do hit the like button, and if you're not yet subscribed to Plane Sailing Aviation, we'd love to have you with us, and neither of those things cost you a penny, but help us massively with YouTube. Either which way, you watching is supporting itself, so thank you. Pedro S, welcome back, my friend. How's things in San Sebastian? Seems to be sunny everywhere else. Okay, Air France are turning on the far side, I see. Marcus, thanks for the heads up, mate. So we're looking good for this to go on time, although I think, let's just check the doors are closed. Yeah, fingers crossed. Hang on a minute, not closed. No, I think this is going to go late. I mean, the good news is we're not going to miss either which way. Pedro, we're delighted to have you back with us, my friend. Share some of the action from Newcastle. I'm sorry I've not got Eddie with me today, so we can't treat you to some of his fluency at Spanish. But it's lovely to be in your company, my friend. For that we're going to get a bit of a, we'll say with the ATR for the second. Now it's not quite as hazy. Then we'll pick up the Air France Embraer. And then when we've waved that off, I'd like to think that the Dreamliner will be shaping up to go. And we can check out its sound on startup and takeoff. Be nice. Oh, something is over my shoulder. It looks like one of those little tiddlers. With a touch and go, perhaps. Thinking about it, thinking about it. Bumpsy daisy. And off again. A bit too hazy for us. Let's go from prop to jet. It's returning Air France hop and its classic hop look. Michelle, and I'm glad you raised cups of tea. Folks, you've just got to make sure you're staying hydrated and caffeinated, and I vicariously get a lot from that, so yeah, fix yourself brews, folks. Get coffee, tea, or whatever. And as you were saying earlier on with the Foxy V, break out the shortbread. Well, you probably want to hold that back for the Loganair movements. But a biscuit of choice, definitely. Oops, just looking at Foxy V's comment about wanting milk. Yeah, I like a little dash of milk. There we go. Okay. So that door's still to be fastened. We'll keep camera there so we can stay abreast of developments. Sam Furlaway confirms our Emirates 23 minutes out, bearing down, still losing a tidge of time I reckon. Either which way, it's looking good, isn't it, for a sort of back-to-back Dreamliner and 777 movement, one in, one out. Have a piece of that. Hop to it indeed, Alexandra Wood. Hop to it indeed. I think I've gone on record repeatedly in the past about that particular livery not being one of my favourite, although I do like the contemporary Air France one. That's pretty classy, I think, on any plane. Political bias. I'm impressed with the decaf PB. That sounds excellent, Michelle, as long as it's reasonably calorific. You'll be relieved to know that I scoffed my crunchy snacks just before we went on air. Hunger got the better of me, and I'm always getting told off by Mrs. Plane Sailing Aviation because of the general rustling. Doesn't work for the acoustics. You know what, I'm going to have to take a layer off. I can't believe it. I'm like one of those Russian dolls, you know, when you keep taking them to bits, and there's like, I've got like fleece under a fleece, but yeah. Les Donaldson, you'd think they could have perhaps spent a bit more on the paint job. Is that what you're tactfully saying? To be honest, and this is just a generic comment, but there's a few Chewies that I've noticed both out and about and even on other people's streams where you kind of think corporately you need to get it down the paint shop, it's due a bit of a touch up. You never see a scratchy looking British Airways or an EasyJet or a Ryanair, do you? And to be fair, Jet 2, I'll put those in that category. I see a lot of Jet 2s here. None of them look particularly scratchy, but some of these Chewies, I have to say, and it's a nice colour scheme, but it's like all these things, you've got to keep them up to snuff, haven't you? Oh, nice one, Marcus. It's good to have spotters in the house. Oh, shipping spotters. Going around for another lap, I figure. As I often say, these guys ought to be trailing some kind of banner that says, please watch Plane Sailing Aviation. Oh, there we go. How's that pizza dough coming on, Alibi? Yeah, I think I'll wave it off at that point. Ah, we're pinging away on our Dreamliner. Good stuff. Shiny, shiny. Saying earlier, you know, like I say, Hazy Fantasy, I don't think I've invoked the name Hazy Fantasy for any number of years. Sometimes you wonder where these things come from. Yeah, Alibi, they don't seem to be like wanting to lavish money. I know you could say, well, we spend on other parts of the experience, but I think flying, you're buying the whole shebang, aren't you? You want your planes to look mint and to be nice inside, and you know, presentation's important, I guess. That's the expression I was wrestling for. Pedro S, see you next time, my friend. Thank you so much for dropping by, and have a great rest of the day, buddy. See if we can get reasonably close to the ops team when they are doing their marvels, taking the plane for a walk. So this 787 came in around 20 to 8 this morning. Anyone that's recently joined the stream, we've got the arrival of it buried inside this stream as an extra clip, so if you watch the stream you'll not miss it. Anyway, crikey, that does look bleached at the front. I don't know if anyone in this chat has ever had a red car and discovered that during its life it stops being nice and crisp and go faster red and starts to look a little bit pinkish. Ever had that experience? I've only had the one red car from brand new, and that's exactly what happened, so it was the last one I ever had. If it were an item of clothing, you'd definitely say it weren't colour fast. A Vauxhall Astra, I think. Probably somewhere back in 2003, 5, somewhere then. Anyway, it disappointed. It kind of lost its lustre. It looked lovely when it was brand new. First couple of years, 2 or 3 years, I kept it for 5 or 6, and I'm telling you, it was more pink when it went. Anyway, this plane off to Melbourne, Florida. Living the high life, I say. Oh, 146 calories, Michelle, that don't sound bad, does it? Although these snack bars that Mrs. Plane Sailing Aviation lavishes me with, some of them are as low as 75 calories, which kind of sounds good for other reasons, but I'm sure you have to eat the wrapper to actually get to 75 worth, to 75 calories. You know, 146 sounds like a better balance between being tasty and conservative. Excellent alibi. You are living my dream. Pizza oven on, some cold ones later. Political bias. That's the trouble with saturated fats, isn't it? That's all the tasty stuff, I reckon, or certainly a good proportion of it. Well, fats, whether they're saturated or unsaturated. You know, I have yet to experience severe craving for lettuce or celery. God's honest truth. Or cucumber for that matter. It'd be fantastic if they were like a Mars bar, wouldn't it, for your palate, you know. Oh, give me another piece of cucumber. Yeah, Alexandra, I don't think I've got a retained snap of the car, because you don't tend to think quite so fondly of cars you've got rid of that you prefer not to have got rid of. But no, it was pink, definitely. I'd never have another red. I'm sure paint technology has moved on. Ooh, another touch and go. I'm just going to peel round for it. Thing is, if you buy a red car rather than a pink car, that's the one you're expecting, isn't it? It was kind of compounded as well. I've not told you the proper story. It had a bump as well, not my fault, I stress, but one of those ones where they replaced a wing and the bonnet, if I remember correctly. And those bits, despite being done at a main dealer and all the rest of it, they ended up pinker than the rest of the car that was turning pink. Still, I suppose if you have enough cars, eventually you're going to come up with a story like that, aren't you? Like, there's quite a few people down here to watch the planes, although I think the heavy action in particular is always going to be a bit of a magnet. So Emil, next time mate, thanks for giving us your support today, and have a great rest of the weekend. Hope to see you around. Cheers pal. Ah, Michelle, you see, we're getting all of the story in instalments really. Dearie me, I just cream split donut. You see, there's not 145 calories in that. Probably in the paper bag it came in. Sounds like we've got another tiddler starting up over on the aerodrome side. We'll stay with Mrs. Patmore. Yeah, I think Les, our tiddler pilot is not going to quit. He or she is not quitting until they've achieved the perfect landing. Still, it's nice. I was saying earlier on, with Newcastle not having density of traffic, you want the mixture of small aircraft. Definitely. Helicopters. Yeah. Well, we'll forgive the paint job, but the plane, just gorgeous, isn't it? Those wings, let's just pull it back a tidge so we can get the full majesty of them while it's close and personal. You're looking at a wingspan on these babies of around 60 metres. In fact, there's no such thing as around, is there, with aeronautical engineering? 60 metres. Which actually comes in, which I think I've said before was counterintuitive, but comes in a little bit less than the 777 at 64.8. 57 metres long, the aircraft, which benches up against 63.7 with the triple, but I don't think that's the. Oh, something coming in. Mark needs to concentrate. Oh, here we go again. Les, they are going to keep doing circuits, aren't they? Perhaps they've just got to get rid of a bit of fuel. If that's a flying lesson, whoever's instructing is a stickler. So I'd imagine the biggie gets to move, so chance to give you heavy emojis an outing, those of you who are channel members. I understand up to 248 people potentially on board. Pretty decent payload. Dopey Gorp, good afternoon my friend, and you're going to be in time for your 777 fix. So hope you're having a great weekend, mate. And the back end of the week was kind to you as well. Les, it's going to be something like that. When we went years ago to Orlando, I don't even remember Melbourne as a place in Florida, which, you know, I'm not trying to present myself as Alan Wicker when I say that, but you know, everything was all about, well, largely about Orlando, wasn't it? Other airports, obviously. Miami, I think, in particular, a jump out. But Melbourne, do not remember Melbourne as an option. And yeah, it's always about the money, isn't it? Lock, stock and barrel. I mean, it's not inexpensive, is it? God, that is gorgeous. I'm just going to take a quick snap of it. So your screen will freeze, although nothing's moving. Ooh, helicopters coming in. Standing by. You think? So I'll peel at the last. Okay, it's going to overfly pretty much over the position, so we'll take it this way. So that is the police helicopter. Well, you know what, that's too scrappy a shot, let's leave it. Too hazy. Went out to do its beat. We'll get flying hours, whichever. There's our Dreamliner, prepares to line up. That's just me firing a picture, folks. Last one. Now, there we go. Always come in handy for thumbnails and so forth. Wonder how big the queue for the toilet will be as soon as the seatbelt lights go off. Tell you what, one in. The difference is that must have seen this one go earlier. Must be getting close to lunchtime. So, good afternoon. Is it still afternoon? In fact, yes, it is good afternoon. It's still afternoon. Still morning, I meant to say. So, welcome to Plane Sailing Aviation's live stream from Newcastle International Airport. I'm Mark, your host. We're going to be on air till about 3 o'clock this afternoon. So, thank you for choosing to spend some of your Saturday with us, and we hope you'll enjoy it. The whole point is to be able to rest and enjoy some planes with company. And we're blessed with some really great company in the chat. So, all is good, I think. I think. What's it with me? Anyway, bit of heavy action coming up very shortly. We've just waved off a Dreamliner off to Melbourne, Florida, and we've got the Emirates triple inbound from Dubai in not that many minutes' time. So I think, as I say in baseball, base is loaded. Of course, it does create a bit of a gap on the parking lot. So let's just rest us here for the minute. Nicola Carter, good afternoon, Nicola. Hope you are doing well. Stephen Marchant confirms our Emirates is just about on finals, so we have that heavy action anytime soon. A little bit hazy, but I'm just going to rest us there for a second while I take stock of when I need to move the camera. Any minute now is the answer to that question. Sam, stand by for some 777 action. I'll keep the camera where it is while I peer through the hedge, which is not the coolest look for anybody to have peering through hedges, but hello. Normally I'd see it from looking at its position on flight radar. But what kind of draft we'll get off it. Sometimes we've had a good tripod wobble off it, so we'll see. I've not got any extra weight on, so hear it. So if you've got those heavy emojis ready folks, chance to give them a go. Dopey Gorp, incredibly generous my friend, a great friend to the channel is Dopey Gorp. All the sevens, thank you very much my friend. Fantastic support and generosity. Let's hope the plane makes you feel that's money well spent. Just hear it. Absolutely. And it doesn't give itself up visually very quickly either. Right, here we go folks. Plenty of rubber burnt up there. So we've watched it in, we shall be able to watch it go as well at about 1:45 if it goes out on time. Either which way, we're going to be on air till 3 o'clock, so I'm pretty confident we're going to catch it one way or the other. And as I was saying earlier, we will stick around a little bit longer if there's any particular action that's imminent at 3 anyway. We're not cold close on something that's happening. Lovely though. Can't wait to see this go folks. And of course the sound, I mean obviously with reverse ops our position is pretty close to their start position, and with the shotgun mic on the camera as well we should get full value out of the blast. Oh yes, I've seen lots of heavy emojis, smashing folks. Dopey Gorp, thank you so much mate, that is such kind sentiments. It's not the same without you in the house either. I know you're absolutely run off your feet, and I know that's always an understatement when used, so I'm always very grateful when you are able to join us. Thanks mate, really appreciated. Because you'll remember the days as well when we were down here testing as well with different iterations of live stream, trying to get a feel for the tech and everything, or our early version of the tech. Anyway, big smiles at this end, big smiles. If you're on about here, they've got a plan to potentially extend 700 metres, but yeah, whether that would happen, I think 2035 I think is the full expect. So you fellas will be able to enjoy it. Jonathan Martin, good morning to you. Oh, good afternoon, sorry, I'm in that transition, aren't I? 1 minute I'm good afternoon, then I'm good morning. It's a bit like Happy New Year and all that malarkey. Oh dear. Planes and TV. And you had a great time, so excellent. It's a great spot. I think that you should probably share some of that. I've not done Bristol yet, and I do plan to. I think I've said before on streams, kind of there and back, probably not dissimilar to what you've done, but they seem to have similarities, at least from a distance. Either which way, life's all about exploring, isn't it? So we will give it a go. So I'm glad you enjoyed your time. It's interesting, Les, isn't it, the way the cloud works on sound? Because you're right, you'd expect the clouds to channel the sound to some extent. We'll see what it takes off like. It was funny when the Dreamliner came in, and you've seen, or some of you, I don't know if you saw it, Les, the clip. We'll put it up in the members lounge on Facebook, I think. Oh, Eddie will put, he's not here, but we'll make sure members, it'll go in the exec lounge. Long story short is the sound of it wasn't what I was expecting. Obviously landings are different to takeoffs, but it was almost the sound levels off it were pretty quiet. I suppose when you've got all that aerodynamic force through those great whapping wings, you don't need much feathering. Dopey Gorp, you absolutely know it, mate, but I'm glad you've said it in the chat as well, because I often say it myself with the avoidance of doubt. It's all about the next stream, so we're delighted to be able to bring you Edinburgh on Monday, 7:30 till 11, and then onwards to Aberdeen, so hopefully we'll get some helicopter action as well as some of the aviation, the planes. And then travelling back from Aberdeen on Tuesday, we're not quite sure yet whether we're going to do Glasgow, that's plan A, but of course it rather depends what there'll be to show you from Glasgow when we get there, because what I don't want to be doing is showing you lots of sleepy tarmac and too many gaps between movements. So we might pivot back through Edinburgh again on the way back, but plan A is Glasgow. But what we're going to do, I think, is put that out to a members poll as well to help shape our thinking. Obviously we'll go with action first. I mean, the 380 at Glasgow is a natural pull in itself, isn't it? But I don't think that comes through till something like 1:45 or something like. It is quite stately progress, isn't it? Majestic. So it's almost like the slow boat to China. We've got a helicopter inbound, folks. If it overflies me, I'll just let it pass over and pick it up. If it comes in the foreground, I'll jump on it. In the meantime, we'll just take an amble stroll back with this Emirates triple. As the cast of thousands will be making ready to make it right for the next. Right, I'm just going to peel us off. Let's see what we got. It's the Federales again. Now I can't get clean focus once it's over. I think it was activating its cloaking shield. Just looking at Paul Anderson's comment about scale, standing off, coming off an EasyJet flight from Jersey and standing up close to the 777 and the scale of it. Yeah, it is pretty gargantuan, and I've never stood close up to one of these either. If they directly overfly you at low altitude, they're pretty awe-inspiring, aren't they? But yeah, they are monsters. I mean, if I remember correctly, this is the extended range version. So yeah, really chunky. Best part of 400 passengers, 396 at full occupancy, depending on how they've configured the seats. I know there's a lot more move these days towards increasing first and business class, and I think Emirates have got some strategy exactly in that space. But either which way, that's a lot of people. 73.9 meters, so yeah. And even that doesn't do it justice, does it? If you said to me that's 100 meters, I wouldn't disbelieve you. Alexandra, they're keeping me straight on the arrivals. Chewy 737 from Palma, estimated 12:37. Aer Lingus from Belfast, 12:41. Okay, I'm thinking we must be due something else going out in between times. Here we go, departures. We've got the Aer Lingus going out to Dublin at 12:20. They generally turn those round pretty quickly. Jonathan Martin, should they be looking for you? I'll tell you what, they're not having much luck with whoever they're looking for. They've just gone back out again for another sweep. I thought it would be one of those moments, obviously it's daylight hours, but when they switch their high intensity search beam on directly over me. Marcus raises the question, isn't the A330 bigger? Now, do you know what? That's a question for the chat. I don't know the answer. Intuitively, I'm going to say yes, but that's only intuitively, and I think there's a lot of optical illusions. I was talking earlier on, wasn't I, about the wingspan on a Dreamliner being actually smaller than on the 777. About 4 meters, best part of 5 meters differential. And I think I'm swayed perceptually by that beautiful wing shape on the 787. It just gives the sense of bigger. You know, and of course that statistic which I lifted off the Boeing website, I don't know quite how much. Obviously we know that the 78 has quite a degree of flex in its wings. To what extent that affects the length, you know, does the curvature flatten? I don't know. No expert on aeronauticals, but I do enjoy watching them. Alibi says the 380 is overhead. Okay, I've got it, mate. Whether you can have it too. I think I would have had it if I'd seen your comment just a titch sooner. No, it's just eluding me. It was just, you know, that moment where you kind of lunge to go for it because you think it's bull. That was that one. Too much glare on my viewfinder as well, so initially trying to see a small image, not as easy, because when I turn for that I've got the sun on the back of me. Just looking at Michelle's anecdote about an insecure door on a KLM flight that she'd been on. That's the kind of thing that would have Mrs. Plane Sailing Aviation saying, I'm off. Although you've got to say, well, it just shows you the degree of fail-safes that go on. I was watching the Ryanair crew doing all their cross-checks when we flew to Dublin recently, and you know, alright, I get the fact that they're doing it multiple times a day and they're probably as repetitive in the way they do it, in the way that as we sit there and listen to the pre-flight safety briefing, we probably don't take it in as freshly because we've heard it so many times. But there are just so many layers, you know, which is reassuring. Definitely wouldn't be something I certainly wouldn't have wanted Michelle's experience. Ooh. I'm seeing Michelle's got a buffering emoji, but I'm not seeing any buffering here. That circle of death's enough to put terror into any live streamer. Chopper's coming back round. It looks like they're narrowing the search. I think you're okay though, Marcus. Unless you're out at Black Calderton, directly behind me. I think he's just topping his logbook up. There we go. So the camera's getting quite off the touch now. I've no clue. Well, it seems to be quite hard to hold a focus on the helicopter. Anyway, we've got it again. What's it going to do? Back to the pits or continue the search? Looks like we're continuing the search. I'll not pursue that. Thank you, Paul Anderson. I've just seen your comment about the Thompson flight 1639 from Palma. Should be with us at 12:35. So what's that? About 15 minutes. Oh, hang on a minute. 1629. Yeah, the YouTube's a fickle master, Michelle. Fickle master. Followed by mobile technology. Let's have a quick check of flight radar for myself. Right in. So it's one of those moments, folks, where if you're minded towards putting a brew on, I'd definitely say put a brew on. Tactical pit stop and all that. Palma flight, yeah, 12:36 due in. Aer Lingus Belfast 12:44, and another Chewy 12:48, a slightly overrunning Verona flight. KLM, good old KLM, pretty much banging on the money. Showing 1 minute over. Can you hear the start up? Sounds like we've got something happening, folks. And we've got a Jet 2 from Reus. I'll never say that right either. Bad map. The things I don't pronounce correctly, they're too many and varied, mate. But that's due in at 12:47. So it looks like we've got a bit of a purple patch coming up. But a bit of a pause on the between now and then on arrivals. What's happening with our departs? Let's just get a comprehensive. You know something, it's a good thing I've not got Eddie here taking behind the scenes pictures. I've just twirled my peak cap round on the back of my head like I'm some kind of badass rapper, which clearly isn't going to be a perfect look for me. But hey ho. So I think Loganair should be next out, should they not? So let's have a oh no, Newquay, 1:15. Yeah, the flow has banjaxed us a little bit. Well, Michelle, there is, I think, nothing quite like the smell of aviation fuel to confirm, sound as well I suppose, but confirm you are at the airport. Just going to rest us briefly on this British Airways aircraft. You know what folks think in the chat? But back to Marcus's comment, I think they're narrowing down the search. I think the circuits are getting smaller and smaller. There's a bit of triangulation needed to wrap it up. Yeah. Continuing the search. Oop. Chasing, it's clearly it's a tease. I've got to leave that, it's not worth the pursuit. Well, it would be worth the pursuit if I could get a clean shot, but I can't, so let's just rest up on the triple for a minute. Give me a chance to catch up on the oh my lord, this tablet is baking up. Okay, Mad Matt says we've got an Emirates flight to Boston approaching from the south, should be overhead in around 20 minutes or so. I'll keep an eye out. Certainly the sky is, actually it's kind of weird really. So it's blue sky everywhere you look, except if you were to go down the far end, hopefully you, even the land for the haze, you'll see it's a pretty consecutive line of cloud. Ooh. Which kind of is ish where the weather will be coming from, so I think we'll probably have a bit of cloud cover with us in a bit. Michelle, that would be quite a sensible tester for you, wouldn't it? Edinburgh or Aberdeen. Get yourself back in the seat, as they say. Simon, I would have laughed at that comment 10 minutes ago, but it does appear that they are vectoring in on their mission. I've had a good run. Going round again. Must be having the time of their lives up there. But they're able to watch the stream. Well, not the pilot, obviously. If you are, please do make sure you subscribe and like us. It's just so important. Paul Anderson, 45 years for the first flight. I do agree, once you've done it once, when did I start? I think I said 18, 19, 20, somewhere like that. 21. Yeah, 21. Tenerife for me. Anyway, the point is exactly that. Wanted to fly as a kid though, just family budget never stretched to that kind of thing, but I actually spent many an hour watching those lucky folks going overhead. Foxy B, that cloud that was struck over Nottingham. Okay, so I wonder if that's a belt that stretches right the way down the east coast. The lack of wind means, I think, once you've got it, you're kind of stuck with it for a bit. Thanks Alexandra Wood, the Chewy 737 from Palma, 11 minutes out, so we are building to an uptick in motions, folks. So Marcus, yeah, they are undoubtedly training or just getting hours in. Just looking at Ewan's comment, yeah, things seem to be fairly stately around the Emirates at the moment, don't they? Let's see if we can get us in a bit closer. I can see the ground ops people congregating. You can probably see some of it there at the front end. And at the back, everything's kind of teed up except some steps, which kind of tells you that that's not going out on time. Although I've got a feeling that if you, I've not looked this up, but if anyone wants to check it on Flight Radar, I've got a feeling that punctuality wise it's probably better on incoming than outgoing, but that's just an anecdotal guess. Might just be my days here. Well, Michelle, if you find yourself in Edinburgh when we're streaming, you're going to have to come and say hi in between your flights. It's unfortunate, really, picking up Ewan's comment about the jetway not quite being lined up, although I see our ATR. What's happening here? So who's on finals first? The incoming, we've got an incoming Belfast flight, a Pilatus PC-12. Or is that on finals? I ask myself. Let's have a look. 1800 feet, quite possibly. I think it is on finals. So we are picking up a small plane. And in the meantime, I've got the returning Dublin Aer Lingus flight pushing back, so you're not going to get a cosmic view. So we'll look to pick up the Pilatus when it is with us momentarily. I'll keep Flight Radar on it because I'm not going to pace this particularly well. Slower aircraft and all that. So good afternoon anyone that has joined us recently. So this Pilatus that's incoming, or I believe to be incoming, is operated by Ryanair. It's probably going to come out of yonder like whispering death. So although we're looking at an Emirates triple at the minute, folks, we're going to go from one extreme to the other momentarily. I can hear it. we go. So this is a bonus one for us. It wasn't on the expected list when I've checked flight radar early doors this morning. But there you go, all good. Peel off that because our next movement is our Aer Lingus return flight to Dublin, back to the Emerald Isle. So folks, you are going to be rewarded for your patience, because it looks like we're now moving into that window where the movements number starts to tick upwards, so thank you for sticking with us. Thanks Alexandra, I'll keep one eye on the finals. Man, that's a white fuselage. Yeah, some turboprop action in the chat, great to see folks. Got the Jolly Green Giants lawnmowers ready for a spin. And the timer flight can't be far behind it. A quick chance to say if you like what you see folks, do hit that like button and give us that support, and if you're not yet subscribed to Plane Sailing Aviation, we'd love to have you with us. We've also got memberships available. You can find out more about that if you go on the About button on YouTube, About Plane Sailing Aviation, or click on that little dollar sign beneath the chat. Right, here we go folks, action. We'll pick that one up in a jiffy. Here's our next departure. Alexandra, I've got eyes on as well for that one, or not eyes on, I can't see it yet, but I've got, I'm on heightened alert. This is some of these bushes taking down, didn't they? I put it to, is it not to see when we're not going on? I don't think they'll be saying yes to that one. It's popular. It's popular. They've got to take the balance between being protected from winds on the wires as against interfering with the wires, you're right. So folks, we have literally got a bit of symmetry here, Aer Lingus in and out. So we are waiting for the incoming Belfast flight, small minutes away, if not seconds. And we have the Dublin plane, as you can see at the minute, lined up, well not lined up yet, but waiting to go out to line up. So we wait with bated breath. Here we go, I can hear it. Of course, hearing it's not seeing it, is it? Here we go. Hopefully you'll be getting that sound. And I'll hear the sound of the Dublin plane picking up, so let's go to that. Let's follow the sound. Magical, get those emojis going. Right, check out Michelle Johnson and Foxy D in the chat. I was so excited I stopped panning. Good stuff, folks. The plane in front from Belfast has just vacated, so I think this will be pretty much good to go. And we'll keep an eye on the Jet 2 incoming from Rias. It's the same way twice, do I? That Pilates has just crossed the runway as well, so it looks like couple of movements on the go there. Police helicopter doing its thing in the background, getting those logbook hours up. David Palfreyman in there and Andy P as well, getting those props. Right, one upstairs, one down. So where's the downstairs one? It's one of those it's behind you moments. There we are. Simon Kirby giving it full prop action. Good stuff. I was saying earlier on, a couple of suggestions in favour of a helicopter emoji ahead of the show at Aberdeen on Monday, so Eddie's working on that. So the plan is hopefully to be able to put it to a members poll. If we have to go a bit quicker than that, we'll sort of re-poll it afterwards, but I'm hoping Eddie will be able to conjure us three up before then and we can road test it on Monday. Right, here's the Jet 2. Yes, I think it is. So we're just standing ready, folks. Here we go. Hold on tight. Down from Roos. I'll let that one go because our ATR is zipping along actually. Well, in ATR calibration. Want to get a bit of this before it parks up. Presumably going to take the slot vacated at Gate 4 by its sister plane. Okay, I don't think the optics are going to be quite good enough to get the countdown board here, but we can give it a go. Simon Kirby, that's me and you both, and like I say, that the trip is all down to the great support from folks that are members or super chatted. Everything rolls forward. Never been before. I think we were saying earlier, I've never been north of Edinburgh. I'll not pull to the police at the minute. It's pretty much overhead and there's a skyline full of sun if I chase after it, so. The other thing as well, and it may be one of Monday's shows, and if it's not, it's Tuesday, we've also got something very special to announce for next weekend shows. So members will already have that inkling, but we have a couple of we've got a couple of shows next weekend as well, which we think you'll enjoy. Of course, weather is always the big variable, isn't it? But we're all locked and loaded. But don't want to announce too many things in one go, just because you've got to have some mystery. Michelle, they are definitely honing in, aren't they? They'll be setting down here at this rate of knots. Although as long as they don't come empty-handed and come with some tea and a bacon butty, I reckon they'll be welcome company. Although there's quite a few people here now, so I probably won't be front of the queue for the refreshments. Alexandra Wood, thank you. Chewy from Verona on finals. Good stuff. I will just quickly check that off against flight radar so I can judge when to pan the camera pretty quickly, I would have thought. According to flight radar, it's pretty much on us. I just cannot see it at the minute, but folks, incoming action, stand by. What a fetching skyline that is. That cloud I showed you earlier on at the far end of the airfield barely moved. So folks, I just took my hand off the panning handle because I remembered I'd not looked at the battery consumption on the encoder. Just had a quick look, see, everything looks hunky-dory. So let's track this 737, Jet 2 737 back to its gate. Well, we'll not take it all the way to the gate because it'll go out of shot, I suspect, strongly, but we'll have it while we've got it. So I hope everybody's enjoying their Saturday. Anybody that's working, hope you're not working too hard. And if it's your lunchtime, it's, yeah, get those feet up on the table. Not at home, of course, but work lunchtime. Up on the desk. Oh, looks like we are going to get a closer examination. All good. Ewan, I'm going to be driving, mate. I'd love to have gone with Eastern, but fares are a little bit pricey. Plus, I get the ability to break it down a little bit more with the show at Edinburgh on the way up, and then potentially Glasgow on the way down. So it kind of tactically felt a better thing for us. But I would have quite liked to have gone with Eastern just to check it out. I think they're more businessman prices rather than bargain prices. Like I say, it just gives me a little bit more flexibility, but I see it very much as a scouting mission as well, because if we enjoy the stream and you viewers enjoy the stream, we'll do it again, and we'll do it quite quickly, so June time or thereabouts. It's the exciting bit, isn't it? Checking out something new and seeing how it goes. I quite enjoyed Mac Aviation's Aberdeen stream yesterday, or some of it. I didn't get much of it, but what I watched I enjoyed. And it's just one of those places that doesn't really get enough coverage, probably because of where it's situated, you know. But like a lot of the regional airports, they got their own uniqueness about them, and I think for a lot of us in the aviation community, we like our mix, don't we? You know, if you want to see plane after plane after plane, that ticks a box. And Heathrow's got world blinding variety. Oh, what have we got here? I'm coming from Amsterdam. So KLM blue heading off down yonder, and as you see with the camera, you'll see, and it's too hazy for you, that cloud we talked about earlier, it's just stuck over on the far horizon, which is not a complaint from yours truly. Oh, we're turning off early, so I think we'll get some fast taxiing. So we have KLM blue heading that away, and Chewy blue heading this away. Which do you prefer, folks? And we're not talking about the faded Chewy, but you know, if you had to put them in a beauty contest, who's getting the rosette? Chewy or KLM? I'm going to throw it out there for me. It's KLM, but you know I'm biased. That's why I need people in the chat to keep me straight. It could just be the friendlier disposition of the livery on the KLM as well. They do look happy, don't they? I'm just going to position us somewhere neutral to just looking at the conversation between Paul Anderson and Ewan about the Max 8. Yeah, it's all about fuel efficiency and noise reduction. I think it's something like 20% more fuel efficient than the next generation Boeings, which are commonly in use. And I think I read somewhere with the Max 10, and I'm assuming that's going to be common to the other variants, you're talking about a noise reduction of something like 50%. I'm saying on Thursday's stream, I'm not really a big advocate of quieter planes, but of course I haven't got to balance that off with them flying over my house, so I do understand that. As I've said on previous streams, my grandparents used to live on the flight path into Heathrow for 27 left, and the airport authority paid for their double glazing and all kinds of sound insulation. But back in those days, and we're talking 70s folks, you know, as in 1970s, when they came in low, sometimes they'd make your TV picture go all over the place, and the noise was, you know, exciting for me. But my grandparents used to have a fairly resigned look on the face, although my granddad used to work at the airport, so kind of understood that noise and planes and jobs all go together. Anyway, we'll stay with this beautiful plane as we work our way back. A beauty. Not sure what that police helicopter's up to now. He's hovering at very low altitude just off the runway, so that's waiting to turn into the helicopter park. In fact, plus doing pothole inspections, not that we're having potholes here. Trying to steal in slowly here so I didn't haze us up. Thank you, Alexandra Wood, confirming the delayed Loganair to Newquay, estimated to depart at 13:55. 13:15. Sorry, I just saw the helicopter moving. Took my eye off a little bit quick. Having a whale of a time. Perhaps on the case of the missing 50p piece. Let's look at Ewan's comment about the Neos versus the Maxes. Interesting stuff. I mean, certainly Ryanair have put a pretty big bet on the Max 10, haven't they? With 150 they've ordered and options on a further 150. I can't remember the exact numbers in my head now. I did check it out for the Thursday show. I think it wrapped up to something like 70% of the fleet, the proportionality of that order in the 737 fleet. Of course, the other big variable, which you never really get to know about, do you, is what price is actually paid for the aircraft. Can't think Ryanair, as you would expect, are going to be found wanting when it comes to striking a hard bargain. Scale tells you that. You're not going to be wanting catalogue price, are you? I think the order was something like 31 billion valued at catalogue price, which is a lot of wonga. Alibi, welcome back, mate. Doze all in hand. Yeah, Les, it's got to be pilot training, hasn't it? You can't just be going out to top your hours up, because I think he'd have gone off to Skeggy or something to achieve that aim. Just got a little vibration on my phone. I'm thinking this is Plane Sailing Aviation has a message for me. And so it is. I need to pick some milk up on the way home. All the important stuff in Plane Sailing Aviation Towers. Right, let's have a quick look into the chat. Ooh, crikey, what's happening here? You see United have got a 777 that's cruising up the track behind us on its way to Washington. But I'm just having a look, I can see it, I've got visual actually. But nah, I'll be giving you some blindness if I try and put the camera on that. I won't do that. Might make a great shot for someone with a really sophisticated lens, you know, where the plane crosses the sun or something, but probably melt my kit. And don't want to melt your lenses. Here we go. Let's just see what's happening here. So they're still busy deboarding this Jet 2 incomer from Roos. Foxy B, it's not the same without milk for me, so you're right. It's almost like, do you want a brew when you get in? Of course, we know the answer to that one. That's a solid yes. It's kind of the worst feeling in the world for an early riser like yours truly. I don't know how others feel about it. If you get up in the morning and you go to the fridge when you've got the kettle on, you've got your pot of tea, busy mashing, and you remember the one thing you didn't do was pop out and get some milk last thing because you knew you were going to need it. Heartbreak hotel stuff. kind of because I feel like I need to charge something up, but everything seems to be at the minute not needing anything extra. So all we want is a bit of aviation action, folks. So thank you for giving us your company. I do apologise if we've hit a little pause, but that is often what happens at regional airports. I wasn't expecting quite so much by way of a pause. When we choose our slots, we're pretty careful to make sure that we don't have anything too extensive or onerous, and if we did, we'd probably look to put an extra feature in. So I'll have a quick reconnoitre. Certainly a gorgeous way to spend Saturday afternoon. So arrivals, we are expecting the delayed Jet 2 from Mahon due in at 13:25, so it's a bit down the track. We've picked up a private, oh that's good. BizJet we've got due in at 13:17, now due 13:36. Brings a big smile. I think our helicopter's on its way back round for another lap of honour. Can't fault them for persistence. Should really be taking bets on this. Which lap will be the one where he's had enough? He or she. Yeah, that's pilot training, I think, all day, every day, or familiarisation of some sort. We'll stay on it for the minute. It's the only thing moving, other than the cars in the foreground, and I don't think we're going to branch out into that one. Yeah, Andy P and cereal, definitely, mate. Pot of tea in the morning, 3 Weetabix in a bowl, and then a couple of rounds of toast. But I never fancy the toast if I've not had the Weetabix first. Check that one out. Got one eye on the triple, trying to get a sense of, I mean, it's not going to go out on time, I think that's patently obvious. Yeah, there's a challenge out there for someone to accept. Anyway, it looks like show's over with the police circuits. Good stuff. Right, let's try and get a closer look-see on the 777. With the jet bridge, we're not going to get a great view, are we? Let's see what's happening below decks. There's the tanker. Just rest at that. Oh, Nell W, welcome back. I hope you enjoyed your lunch. and the sun is still with you. Weekend is just definitely way more fun when the weather's giving it a hand. Ooh, we've got a bit of the old light aircraft action, folks. Tiddler alert, tiddler alert. There's a tiddler leaving the building. Yeah, no preamble, away we go. Oop. Tell you what, as far as afternoons go for a bit of light flight, pretty tough to beat, isn't it? Not going to get jostled around too much. Islandia, no, I don't think so. I think we're going to say training hours. It was interesting to start with because it seemed the circuits were getting shorter because they were gone for quite a bit initially. But nah. Or maybe they went out for a mission in the first place and then converted to something else. Either which way, it looks like they're in for a spot of tipping. Nell, you might have imagined that the heli was chipping in with a runway inspection. I wonder at what point, bearing in mind the sensitivity that goes with drones and all the rest of it, at what point they start looking to use drones for things like runway inspections and general bird scaring as well. So if you imagine at the minute you put a guy out in a truck to sound a klaxon off or fire off a few shotgun shells, but in reality if you were to put your drone into that airspace and activate all those squawking sounds, I don't know, it's interesting. I don't know whether it's because they don't want to give the wrong messaging on drones to the idiots who think it's a good idea to fly them near airports. I don't know. Anyway, that's my random thought for the day. Alexandra, spot on Alexandra, a Aer Lingus ATR 72-600 pinging for Belfast. Let's just pull the camera slightly to the left of the shot you're looking at. There you go. I'll keep a close eye on that. Be nice to hear the sound of the turbo again, the turboprops, giving us a twirl. Breaking into another bottle of water at this rate, nice. Yeah, I'm smiling big, folks, with those turboprop emojis in the chat. Smashing. Tabin Khan, good afternoon Tabin Khan, I hope you're keeping well, my friend. As you're probably aware, we've got the 777 on the deck at the minute, being restacked, ready for its outward. Just looking at Michelle Johnson's comment, if one of the mod team could kindly release it so that we can share it. I can't, again, for some reason I used to be able to do these with a tablet, now it don't let me at all, so if somebody could help me out. So here we go, next action, folks. Thank you for your patience. The plane you are watching pushing back, going to make that short trip to Belfast. Probably take me longer to get home from here. Not that this is a long journey, generally about half an hour, 35 minutes. I'm just looking on flight radar, folks have probably clocked it. There's one of those play Airbus A321s, resplendent in pure red, somewhere behind me. There will be somewhere behind me. Either which way, that's blinking sun's going to not give me a chance of chasing it, sadly. I'm just going to bring us round a little bit so when the ATR comes into view we get it toot sweet. First time or rejoined us, having been with us earlier on, thanks for spending some of your time with us. We are down at a very sunny, very pleasing Newcastle International Airport. Bit of a pause in traffic, which is unfortunate, but we're about to watch an outgoing ATR 72 flown by Aer Lingus off to Belfast. Weather report here, it is sunny and beautiful, pretty calm. I'm going to call this segment of the show Sock Watch, I think, in future editions. As you can see, there's not much wind happening at all, and the gusts are barely a ripple, so wind isn't going to be a particular factor in the show. And I think it would be incredibly surprising if rain rocked up. I think we're talking about a 5% chance of rain during the show. Temperatures were climbing from the 9 degrees we opened with at 10:15 to around 14, but I reckon that if it's above that, it certainly feels, yeah, I'd say it's good value for 16, 17 at the minute. I'll have to check it out on the phone, haven't I? Anyway, it's nice. Foxy B, sorry, I've just caught your comment about the bacon butty. It's a bacon butty desert, this gig, I'm telling you. Think back to the Edinburgh show last weekend when Eddie disappeared for implausible long periods of time. Well, like I said in the community post, he'd gone off for a nose bag somewhere. He just didn't want to own up. Robin Harrison, just spotted you in the chat as this plane scampers past me. Welcome to you out at Morecambe. Welcome back to you, friend of the show. Sunny at Morecambe as well. Looks like wherever you throw your hat at the minute, UK wise at least, there's a reasonable dollop of seeing sunshine. Certainly a lot of places. I think Foxy B said it was a bit cloudy down in Nottinghamshire, if I remember correctly. Yeah, this is decent cricket weather for those of you who like the cricket. Dallying here. Go for a window seat on that. terra firma. In fact, let's go. Fuel truck is still in attendance at the triple. We'll just loiter there a minute, get a sense of where things are at. Your moderator colleagues, if you could release Mad Matt's comment as well, please. I think the YouTube's overthinking itself there. I know exactly what you meant, Mad Matt. I think I've got some snaps of that particular plane somewhere else, so I kind of recognise why YouTube had held it, but I know exactly what you're on with. Josh Scott, good afternoon Josh, and welcome back to Plane Sailing Aviation. Oh, that's interesting. Loganair ATR inbound. So yeah, different from our typical Embraer 145s. Oh, I'm liking that a lot. Is that the Newcastle flight? Alibi 58, you're showing off now, mate. 18 degrees in Tranent. 18 degrees, that's kind of getting perilously close to t-shirt weather, isn't it? I'm down to my last fleece. I've got one t-shirt under this. I don't think I'll be fleeceless by the end of the show, but I'm kind of imagining getting close to it. So if you've got 18 up there, maybe I'm being too conservative with the 16 here, I don't know. Just fantastic. Just got to remember to pick that milk up on the way home, haven't I? Head like a sieve that I have. Yeah, I'm with you now. It's become, everything has become super green. I mean, like, say in fact, myself and Mrs. Plane Sailing Aviation went out walking yesterday. It wasn't much of a day, to be honest. It was pretty overcast and misty here. But we kind of were saying about how green everything goes in this window before it starts to bleach out with the sunshine. It's a great time of year. Michelle, don't be kicking yourself out. Stay with us, Michelle. Stay with us. There's Donaldson. Thank you so much for your company, my friend. Do have a cracking afternoon, especially if you've got those views from Edinburgh as well. You've got your cake and eat it, but just remember, plenty of the old factor 50, my old friend. Whereas we seem to be still waiting something to happen, don't we? Let's just rotate the camera a little bit. See what's occurring here. Toiling away. Not sure what time this Jet 2 goes out the door, but what have we got there? Sorry folks, I just can't fix it. Can't pick it up. There's too much glare on the viewfinder. Hey, I'll give it a whirl. So let's just park that there. So this is due out at 1:45. I wouldn't bet a penny piece on it going at 1:45, but that's not disparaging anybody. So let's see. If only the metro was as televisual as the planes, we'd be rich. Sam Thurlaway confirming Jet 2 in next. Can you see it from your house yet, Sam? Trying to start craning my neck a little bit further. Becky Davis, good afternoon Becky Davis, hope you're keeping well. Waving at this end. Thanks Alexandra Wood, that's 11 minutes out from Minorca, so that'll be our next incomer, folks. Michelle Johnson. Michelle, you are such a friend to the show, I don't know what to say, except thank you so much. Words don't really do it justice, but I'm genuinely touched. Thank you, Michelle. That is really kind. And as you know, everything goes forward onto the next gig. So thank you. Trying to stay professional and measured there, because I want to run around and do a little lap of honour. But Michelle, thank you. That is so kind. I'm absolutely cock a hoop, yourself and Dopey Gorp. Oh my lord. I just want to give you some plane action now. It kind of feels that's what I should be offering up. I always do a continuity sheet before any of these kind of shows, just to get a feel for the gaps between movements, and this is more than I'd expected. But I suppose it's like everything, isn't it? Things don't go in quite the sequence you want, but it evens out over the life of the show. Anyway, I just feel that I'm in exceptional company. And I can't wait till this baby goes. I'm expecting to get rippled by the blooming jet blast. Sam Thurlaway, thank you my friend. Jet 2 into final. So Sam is one of our advanced spotters. He has a good viewpoint, himself and Peter here, I think it was on the last show. Keeps us sighted, and of course on my end, once Sam's given me the heads up, I tend to start to stand on tiptoes and look over the hedge. Foxy B, well listen, as long as you're having a good time, I'm having a good time here, no question. And like I say, I'm going back to Simon Kirby's comment earlier on, in fact one or two others earlier in the show, just can't wait for Aberdeen on Monday. I mean, I'm looking forward to doing the Edinburgh leg of the journey first, but Edinburgh now feels like a good friend, you know, you know what you're going to get, there's a lot of enjoyment to be had there. Aberdeen, it's the sheer anticipation. As long as the weather stays good, I'll be a happy bunny. Good afternoon, David Jordan. Welcome to Plane Sailing Aviation. Tony McCall, good afternoon to you as well. Ah, you've had the Blue Smarties Emirates Glasgow again today, third time in a week. Do you think you can square it up, Tony, for Tuesday next week? We're not 100% on coming back through Glasgow. That's plan A. Definitely the Smarties livery would definitely be a pull thing. But yeah, lovely stuff. Anyway, how are you, my friend? We are literally preparing to ramp up for our 777, due out in about, well, less than half an hour. In the meantime, we are going to wait for our Jet 2 incomer, which is on finals. I suppose I ought to have a peek on flight radar now so I can get triangulated up, because it must be on us now. So this is the incoming flight from Mahon. Minorca, say it right, Mark, such a beautiful place. So stand by, folks, next action incoming, imminent. So according to flight radar, our incomer departed 2 hours 21 minutes ago. To be honest, I figured it was a bit longer than that, but of course that's the Canaries, isn't it, when you're pushing up 4 hours. I can hear it, I just can't see it. Right, the sound tells me it's just about with us, so pretty certain they'll have left in the sun, and certainly they've returned to the sun. I'll pick them up in a second. Let them get a bit of the way back, take some of the haze off the shot. We'll go back to our hive of activity, that is this 777 being repositioned for its outward flight to Dubai. Ooh, Tony McCall. That is definitely one to watch then, isn't it? Do let me know, mate, if you get anything more solid on that. Tuesday, that would be absolutely ace. Tell you what, Tony, I'm loving your view. Passes you about 6,000 feet. Cool. Better than cool, actually. Yeah, alibi, sorry, I forget, I get drawn into the now. Yes, please, folks, if you do like what you see, please do hit the like button, give us that support. It doesn't cost you anything, goes a long way with YouTube. And of course, if you're not yet subscribed to us, please do so. It also gives you the advantage of being able to take part in the chat. And I think if you're watching from the lounge at the minute, you'd say, well, you know, it's a great place to be, some great people in there, so don't be shy. Dopey Gorp, no worries, my friend. Thank you for your awesome support today. And yeah, I think here onwards, you're not in control of your destiny. I don't know about Dopey Gorp Towers, but Plane Sailing Aviation Towers, some shopping could be like the proverbial piece of string. Anyway, either which way, it's been a pleasure to be in your company, and if we see you later, that'd be fantastic. And if we don't, we know where you are, so fantastic. David Jordan confirming the plane from Farnborough is the Cessna 500. I do love a good business jet. Just remind me, is that an incomer? Spotted it on one of the tabs earlier on, but having one of my forgetful moments. Tell you what, Jet 2's now in range, so let's not too hazy there, is it? Summary. So back to a point we were talking about earlier in the chat, actually, about some of the Chewy planes looking like they could do with a trip to the paint shop, but they're pretty much outliers at that, aren't they? Most of the planes you see, and using Jet 2 as a straight read across the Chewy, always look mint, don't they? Windsock's back on strike, folks. Sock watch. We'll go out to view in a minute, I guess. Thanks Alexandra for confirming. So that citation from Farnborough is 17 minutes out, so we'll watch out for that. Bonus for us. You know what, Nell? I would have agreed with you, and all of a sudden I think you've stung it into action. Look, it's almost like, say, start doing something or you're off. I mean, look, there you go. Nell's projecting power all the way from Belgium. I mean, that thing did look totally lifeless, what, 45 seconds ago? Hopefully it'll do us a service though, with that wind direction being what it is, that when this triple takes off we should get most of the sound blown back at us. Ewan, I'm thinking back to the chewy paint thing. I mean, someone somewhere must be taking a conscious decision, mustn't they? Because you think, well, chief executive officer of the company is not going to want to see shabby looking planes knocking about. And maybe they just think, well, you know, they can live with an element of compromise in the appearance because they don't think it hurts the bottom line. I don't know. Ted Kelly. Hello, Ted Kelly. I don't think we've said hi before, so just in case, Ted, I'm Mark, your host with Plane Sailing Aviation. Welcome to our Newcastle stream. Not sure what part of the world you are. Oh, you're a Geordie in Dublin. Good stuff, mate. So we're in your patch really, so delighted you're enjoying it, and as you're in the chat you've subscribed, so thank you so much for that, mate. Pleasure to have you with us. We've just hit one of the, I was saying earlier on in the show, we've had a couple of pauses which I wasn't expecting. I normally do sort of continuity checks. Things are a little bit out of sequence, but we've still got plenty of good action to come. So you're going to see this Emirates 777 depart at some point between, well, it's due out in 15, but I think probably it'll be out by 2 o'clock would be my guess. See how close I get to that one. Oh, I better ask as well, moderator team, what are we doing for likes? My like count is frozen today on 16. So just curious how we're doing on the like count. Thought I'd better touch in. How's the weather in Dublin, Ted? Some great plane spotting down at Dublin Airport on the Mound. We've done it twice now, but both shows we found that we had issues with signals being throttled and so forth. But the actual plane spotting experience was absolutely fantastic. Yeah, Tony, it's the thing, isn't it? So their aircraft are not noted for being amongst the newest, notwithstanding the A321s, but they always look, let's just come in a bit closer, and I know it's a sunny day, but they always look mint, don't they? Oop. Tiddler alert, folks. Lost the fly to that. Lift and coast. We've definitely exceeded our tiddler ration today, so thank you to all concerned. Making a smart right. No bumps for this one. Just like it's dug itself into a hole. Anyway, let's go back to this impressively shiny Jet 2 old plane as it may be. Here we go, so we've nearly got the 100 up, so thank you Alibi at 58 and Ewan. Nell confirms 3 to do, so here we go. There must be 3 people in the show who've yet to hit the button, but it'll be a nice moment when it comes, whichever which way. 100 up and all that, using the cricket metaphor. Ah, good thing Alibi, get that teapot on, get the kettle on. I'm just looking at the chat between Tony McCall and Mad Matt. British Aerospace Hawk T1. Yeah, I like the analogy there, Tony. Triggers broom. Classic comedy. Alexandra Wood keeping me on the money. Our KLM departure to Amsterdam is now pinging, so I think that will be taxiing out pretty damn quickly. In fact, talking of that very thing, so you'll see jaws like, there it is, so it's push back and turn. And I can see that our incoming Cessna 550 citation is from Farnborough, ain't far away neither. So the tip of the Embraer 190 you see there, more to be revealed soon. Oh, Ewan, excellent, and Alibi 58, 100. Thank you folks so much, that is so appreciated. Fantastic support. See where we can get to by show's end, but wherever we get to is a bonus here on in. That's 150 maybe by show's end, who knows, but wherever we land, thank you. I'm taking a quick look over my shoulder there. For this Synergy Aviation Cessna 550 citation. Synergy Aviation. I like the sound of that. Sam Furlaway confirming Farnborough 9 minutes out. Good stuff, Sam. Loving the emojis, Nell. Loving the emojis. Oh, right, I did say that we would be revealing all with our KLM. Just wondering if I need to unplug a couple of things and swap a couple of things over, but we look set for the minute. I think we will swap a couple of things over in a minute. Famous last words. We'll wave this plane off and bring the Cessna in. Trouble is with this short run out, we don't really get to see the optimised taxiing speed, do we? As I often say, every one of the 15 mile an hour they're permitted here being used. I think when KLM have on the tarmac. This is the real blessing of reverse ops here. You get such great close-ups. Ted Kelly, yes, they do have a Greggs. When you first come into the departures hall towards the bottom end, near where they come through the come out the sliding doors from arrivals. I think it might be a 24/7 one as well. You know, that's the first double nostril nip of Jet A1 I've had all day. Divine, folks. If only I could convey the pleasure. But of course, you know what I'm talking about. That was lovely. That's the first one I've got today. So that augurs well for the triple. Also kind of tells me, as we discovered the lethargic windsock has picked up a bit. I don't think the wind's direction is supposed to change particularly. David Palfreyman, I've just spotted your exit in the chat. Do take care, and you're right, the mods absolutely do rock. So thank you for that, my friend. Look forward to seeing you next time out. Hopefully you'll be able to catch us Monday, but whenever we catch you, it'll be great to see you, David. Sam Thurlaway confirms Farnborough flight on finals. I better stand ready really, haven't I? Michelle, you're right, it's that dolphin smile that I think's won me over. Ewan confirming, yeah, Greg's is 24/7. And yeah, you're right, there is a brand new Starbucks which is opening up. Although, you're right, £7 for a coffee, I think I've had better offers. I wonder if they do cash discount. Probably not. That's interesting. I'm just looking at no Greg's in Ireland, this says Ted. Only available in Iceland stores. Oh, sounds like a fertile market to expand into. Can't imagine. Oh, there we go. Cessna citation alert. Really dinky. I think we'll just let that roll out. It'll backtrack, I would have thought. So we'll just hold there. Here we go, back we come. Lap of honour, almost. Oh, I just think I'll take the plane up to Newcastle. It'd be great to be able to have those kind of thoughts. Of course it might actually be somebody who lives up here who's just chartered their way back from the big smoke. Who knows? Either which way, I reckon that is pretty nice on the eye. Too hazy for a snap, sadly. Synergy Aviation, you were saying, Alexandra. Very nice. Got the window open. If you have the pilot had the window open there. Elbow out. Some banging tune, no doubt. So let's have a look, see. Just catching. Oh, Sam confirms Loganair next door. Good stuff. And of course this is our bonus ATR from Nuki, isn't it? So instead of the usual Embraer 145s, much as we love them, this will be an ATR 42. Oh no, it's a 72-600. I'm so used to seeing Loganairs with the 42s, so we really are spoilt, aren't we? So turboprop emojis at the ready, folks. We don't often see a Loganair 72 through here, ATR 72. Just so a bit urgent there, folks. I just wanted to try and get a sense of what might be happening around the triple. Helicopter action. Police out looking for more fugitives. Okay, I've got time just to sit up and then break off. The search for justice never ceases. Let's bring us back. Somebody's turned over the far side. I'd have to say, looking at that, feels like a Chewy. More on that in a bit, folks. So things livening up after this bit of a siesta. Be interesting if this Loganair that's incoming goes dark on us, as is common with the fleet, or being a newer type of aircraft, whether the transponder will show all the way through to landing. Although my flight radar isn't showing that the Chewy that's moving. Tell you what, I'm just going to clip something. So folks, I put a quick bit of charge in there. Keep that show on the road. So I do not have this showing on flight radar. I'm guessing in the chats. Yeah, Alexandra says the same, so fascinating. Alright, let's get to our approach. Incoming Nuki flight. pretty classy, I reckon, flying down to Newcastle. I can remember going down there on a lad's holiday donkeys years ago. The car journey took forever, as I recollect it. So here's a mystery tour, Chewy, unless it started transponding. There we go, Ibiza. No mystery there. In LW. I shall get that battery plugged in. 15%, entering critical territory. You never seem to get the last life out, the last 10%, do you? It's never like the first 10%. We'll have a closer look at that incoming Loganair ATR 72 as it comes back up the taxiway. Let's wave this one off first. Just letting a small light aircraft clear. Tony, it must be to do with the fact it's equipped with the latest transponder. Being I think these are relatively recently purchased, are they not, the 72s? Either which way, a rare treat for us. Tell you what, it's a bit of a race here. Just getting this one off the deck and trying to get a nice close-up taxi shot of the 72. Oh, the breeze has picked up a little bit. Can't think. I can't think it's those props that are increasing the wind draft here. Look at that one, gorgeous. Looks so good you probably could eat it. Yeah, can't, but you know what I mean. Off into the pits. Hope we get to see that go. The double bonus. Sam confirms Emirates next to depart. Yeah, I've got a hunch we'll see this moving by 2 o'clock, but let's try and pick our way through everything. I think those doors are still open at the back. They are, aren't they? Still boarding, folks. So no, we're not going at 2 o'clock. It's 1:15. That was me getting too excitable. I was looking at Alibai's comment here about flights from Glasgow to Barra, landing on the beach, same day return for about 75 quid. That sounds awfully good. I'm guessing you have to pay an awful lot more in summer. Yeah, I'm looking at yeah, that's the kind of thing I'd quite fancy, there and back. You can't whack a price like that, can you? £75. Not one of those things where you've got to show a Scottish passport or something, is it? You know, subsidised by the government or similar. I mean, flippant, but I can't believe that. Sounds... I mean, to be fair, when we went Dublin there and back, we were getting a pretty tidy price. What were we? 65 each way, and that was with the wheelie cases, cabin luggage. Whereas if you went with just a bag that you put under your seat, that was about 30 quid each way, and I thought that was a giveaway. I mean, as much as we want to see the planes at Dublin, one of the reasons we chose Dublin twice is because you could do there and back at such a competitive price. Michelle, I will not be enticed into, I think I know the song you might be on about, but actually any stream with me singing is a tune-free blooming environment, is it? But I'm not even going to try and strike up the band. I think too much of you all. Alright, Alibi, I will have a look-see at that one, because I think it is interesting when you talk about bucket list and all these kind of little things. There's all kinds of little adventures to be had, isn't there? No question. That wasn't even an adventure I thought about until you put it out there, and I'm thinking, yeah. Is that one of those routes at the minute they use the Saab 340 on, or is that something different? So thanks Alexandra, keeping me straight, or keeping us all straight actually. Delayed, should we fly from Alicante, estimated 14:28. Roger that, delayed Jet 2. There's a lot of delays creeping in. Is there something happening in Europe that's affecting air traffic control? Delayed Jet 2 from Faro, estimated 14:10. Excellent, that brings that much closer to us. Delayed Ryanair from Milan. Was that the one we saw go out earlier today, I think? Nigh on 3 o'clock. Jet 2 from Ibiza, estimated 14:50. Roger that. And of course we've got our triple as well. So looking at the arrival scene as well. So Malaga, Jet 2 Malaga, 14:30. I've kind of imagined, which I'm just laughing at Michelle Johnson's comment, me going to Barra on a day trip and the return flight being cancelled. Honestly, I'm stuck in Barra. Although the risk is there'd be a misunderstanding of Barra as in Barra on Soar, which anyone in the stream from Leicestershire or that way on will know. And of course there's Barra in Furness, and probably a number of other Barras that I know this is Barra, but hey ho. Ah, Twin Otter, thanks Tony. And Alibi, both swift on that buzzer, keeping me straight. Sounds a lot of fun. Though to be honest, I'm thinking on the winter timetable, it could be a little bit hairy at times, no? working hard on my hydration levels at this end of things. I hope you're all doing the same. Only I'm water only on this show, unfortunately, but I hope you're all doing much better than that. Just going to rest us on this Jet 2 a moment. So technically we're just about in the last hour of the show, but in reality we'll stick on if there's action to show. I'll not just be wasting your time deliberately sticking on to show you now. We'll take stock at 3 o'clock where we're at. I think that with things running late, I think there'll be a general compaction of action, check me out, towards the back end of the show. Probably wondering if this is a judicious moment to put a bit more sun cream on. But I'm going to do that, folks, just bear with me. Got to keep myself in good order for Edinburgh, Aberdeen and Glasgow. They're just slathering a bit of the old Factor 50 on. That's sunproof, I feel waterproof now. Alexandra, thank you very much. Jet 2 from Faro, 7 minutes out, standing by. Sam, over to you. Ah, Tony, yeah, but that's not filled me with colossal confidence on the Barra adventure, but not put me off neither. Ah right, and there'd been more land water erosion in Glasgow. Where shall we move the camera? Let me just go back to our triple, see how it's looking at the back of the bus. Now that's a good sign. So another good sign. Not quite tell from here where the bridge is, but it looks like it's being withdrawn to me. What do you think, folks? Pretty much certain it is. Jet 2 boarding in the foreground. Now, things are picking up. I think Alibi 58 as a map of golf courses of the world. Out of curiosity, Alibi, if you could play around anywhere in the world, where would that be? Don't be telling me Barra though, because I'll not be convinced. Well, the good news is, sorry I've missed that in the chat as I've just changed screens over, but it looks like the triple is now transponding. Bleeping away, ready for its departure. Might be a bit of a... oh, pushing back as well. By jingo. There we go, folks. Doping up, if you're watching this when you've got back from your shopping, this one's for you, mate. Better keep a bit of a peek out, hadn't I, for the Pharaoh Jet 2 incomer. While I'm hypnotised by the majesty of this beast. The beast isn't right, is it? Power's beastly, but the aesthetics are just pure beauty. It's a plane that wouldn't be ignored. Andy P, I think Singapore could be one of those kind of hotspot locations where you could do a lot of good things in one place. Notwithstanding the golf course there, which I'm not familiar with, but I like the F1. I like my F1, and obviously the street circuit there is quite compact. There's a hotel there which Eddie was showing me a while ago, which has got superb views of the runways. Pretty pricey, but you know, bucket list territory. If you're going to have that final kind of splurge, this is what you might do kind of territory. And of course you get the chance to go there on something nice, don't you? I think Singapore is still running the 380, certainly got the 777. See, Foxy B, I don't think I've seen Singapore. Augusta, like many of us, I've watched on Sky before, and it looks fantastic. Although I reckon it'd be me hacking around there, it'd be dark. So, next departure action, folks. Although I see a Chewy that's turned over the far side, I'm pretty certain it ain't jumping the queue. That relaxing rhythm of the metro train rattling by. Quite paradoxical when you look at the power on offer here, and shortly we'll hear those sounds. Should be visual. Visual as we're about to complete the sentence with this Jet 2 737 on its way in from Pharaoh. Looks like the Chewy. So this hot weather is bringing out some pretty unusual looking bugs that seem to like the camera equipment, probably the heat. Looks like the Chewy has off to Roos. Anyway, this one. This will be your next departure, so it's slid on ahead of the triple, so we can defer that pleasure. Oh, interesting, Sam. Newcastle doing Leicester City a solid by, if you're still in the chat, Simon Kirby, Forest 2 by putting a couple past Leeds. Let's hope they put them to the sword proper. No disrespect to Leeds fans, but I'd prefer Premiership football at Leicester City next season, even if I consider it pretty unlikely. Anything other teams can do to help us, it's always a good thing. down in front, you trucks. Anyway, this particular Chewy 737 looks fairly buff, I think. It doesn't look as faded and worn as its contemporaries. Let's check in, I'm not missing anything. Any telltale patches? Oh, Sam, why did I open my big mouth? Okay, well, listen, where are we? I don't know how long's left on the game. Looking at standing by the scoreline, I'm guessing it's a fair way through. That would be a disaster for us. Oh, it looks like change of plan. We're now going this way. Power first. Size counts in this context. Ah, gorgeous. So the shotgun mic should do this the power good. Hope so. So we're going to have to pull away for the Jet 2 Ibiza flight, aren't we? And now it looks like Chewy is in fact going next. Bit of a purple patch, folks. One on the runway, one on the taxiway, and two waiting to line up. Sorry folks, I just couldn't resist oscillating the camera. Probably should have sat tight, one at a time. Alexandra, I'll keep a watch out once this... Oh, hang on a minute. Yeah, just got eyes on with the Lufty. Beautiful jet trails. So if you're enjoying what you see and you've yet to hit the like button, please do give us that support. And if you're not yet subscribed, we'd love to have you with us. Main thing is though, thank you for choosing to spend some time with us. I'm Mark, your host of Plane Sailing Aviation. Plan to be on air till at least 3 o'clock, maybe it's a bit longer if there's stuff to show. But we don't like to leave anything on the table. Be a pretty big table to take this though, wouldn't it? Just a quick picture of it, folks. So you would have had a quick pause with your screen. I won't do any more of that. Plane of the day emoji material? You decide. Adam Baker, just seen your entry into the chat. Good afternoon to you, Adam. Alexandra going big on the emojis. I'm going to go with you on that, Alexandra. What a cracker. Farewell. Is this the Ibiza flight? I think it was. I'll just track it back to the stand. Mad Matt goes heavy on the heavy. Good style, Matt. Good style, my friend. Alexandra confirming. Chewy 7:37 from Alicante, 13 minutes out. Stand by, folks. Oh, some tiddler action, folks. I'm finding this urge to ask Sam what the score is again. Might already be in the chat. Oh dear. And the worst of it is we'll find ourselves having to come to St James's needing to get points against a team that wants to be in Champions League football. Ouchie. Tony McCall, I'm glad you enjoyed it, mate. I hope everybody did. It's... Oh, what's happening here? Oh no, it's just that tiddler turning off. It won't give us much of a view at this distance. Yeah, I've got to be honest, that's the thing I was most looking forward to today, thinking reverse ops, 777 departure, plus the Dreamliner. You've got to make hay while the sun shines, they say, don't they? Let's see how this is getting on. I'm thinking they'll not be too far off pushing that one back. Yeah, case is still going on. Looks at lots of endeavour going on there. T-shirts and shorts. So what am I seeing here? That Ryanair Pilatus 12 sounds like it's started up, folks, so we're going to pick that up in a minute. It's off to that sunniest of destinations though, NA. Good old NA. Temperatures around 27 degrees centigrade, clear blue sky. You can still get a beer at £1 a pint. Another piece of that. There's something strumming behind, so let's see what that something is. It'd be that. Go-kart, G-kart. I think I've seen that one before, because I kind of think what a natty blooming prefix that is, G-kart. Bit of helicopter action. I'll just prepare to peel around for us. I think we waved the police off a little while ago. Can't quite, oh yeah, it sounds very policey. Policey. It's not inbound, maybe they are pursuing felons. So just looking to the chat, Alexandra confirming next Jet 2 for departure, Zakynthos? I know I've not said it right, but you know I've tried, not yet pinging. Chewy from Alicante, 6 minutes out, better keep an eye on that. I guess I want this chopper that's loitering behind us to clear the airspace. Does sound like it's coming in. So let's take a leisurely pan round. Probably going to overfly me now, I've panned all the way around. So, cloaking device activated. Bit of a side-on shot for us. No more runway inspections now. Time for a spot of tea and tiffin. Oh, is that Pilatus? It is, isn't it? It's just loiter-ish there. I'm guessing it's the Pilatus. Yeah, I can see it twirling. Good stuff. All things lead to the right places for once. Foxy B, I think I've just seen you've got some jobs to do, so Foxy B, thank you so much for your great support. Glad you've enjoyed the show. Hope to see you on Monday at one of our streams, or failing that Tuesday, but whenever, next time out soon enough. I know there's always something to do, isn't there? But thank you, you've been awesome. There we go, Pilatus. Quite natty these are. Although I'm sure it doesn't say natty in the brochure. Just debating whether to put my tablet on charge, but a bit like Michelle's phone. Once it starts to get below 30%, It's kind of not pro rata. Anyway, emoji time. Off to sunny old NA. Right, while we await our incoming, what was it, Chewy, I think. Was it Chewy? Yeah, Chewy from Alicante. Yeah, I'm just getting it trued up on flight radar so I can get work out the closing distance as best I can. Doris, we always aim to please, mate. Always aim to please. You can tell the summer season's in full swing, can't you now? Holiday charters front, left and centre. Happy days. Ooh, I can hear the sound of something interesting. It sounds like could be our citation back out. I'm just going to line this up here, so bear with me, folks. I didn't think I'd seen it transponding, and I can certainly hear it, so whether it's an engineer start-up or they're getting their transponders from the same place as Loganair, I don't know. Hopefully you can hear the engine. Because the other plane, which let me just fetch it up. Transitioning your screen over while there's nothing happening. There's the other plane that was parked up there, which I snapped this morning, a privately owned Gulfstream G450. Couldn't find any route data on it, but you never know, maybe it's that. Anyway, that's something to conjecture till we see the truth of the matter. I'm just going to move the camera off because I don't think that's moving. Oop. Ooh, that was close. Oh, a bit too hazy fantasy at the back end of the bus, so I'll just leave you out a little bit. Just a bit too ambitious, isn't it? Let's come back to something a bit more reasonable. Whilst we await our incoming Jet 2 flight from Malaga, having taken off best part of 3 hours ago. Alexandra Wood, I am primed and ready. Now it's interesting, I think that might just be an engineer startup I can hear, but you never know. Loganair from Bergen, 7 minutes out. Excellent. So between 4 and 7 minutes we've got a couple of incomers. Oh, 110 likes. Excellent, folks. Absolutely excellent. If we can get to 150 by show's end, that would be awesome, but equally if we don't, anything north of 100 sends Mark home a very happy camper. So thank you very much for that support. Really is appreciated. I'm definitely in for this plane spotting. Oh, hang on a minute. We've definitely got a BizJet coming out. Not sure without looking to flight radar. I think this was the citation, was it not, that came in earlier from Farnborough. Kind of looks familiar. It's obviously been told to hold until we get our Malaga plane in. So Malaga it is, folks. Foreground action is fairly mint, not reopening the TUI debate, but it looks fairly mint, I think. Sub 37 taxiing up, and let's get to our exec jet. Timed its run to perfection. Michelle, have a great time, and thank you so much for your kind support in the show, both in terms of your super chat but also your company. Absolutely exceptional. Won't be the same without you, Michelle. So have great fun with your friend, and look forward to catching you later or on Monday or Tuesday. It's all in the community post. Probably too hazy to take a picture of this, I think. Okay, so last half hour of the show, folks. Alexandra Wood confirms that we have a Loganair ATR 72 600 pinging, and here we go. Look, there you go, just on cue, Alexandra. Don't know how you do it. Loganair from Bergen also on finals. I better watch the flight radar as well to... Oh, no point is there? I just realised what I said, Loganair. Keep my ears peeled. Yeah, I was enjoying the sound here, Alexandra. I'm glad it rippled through as well, you know, as a viewer. Thought if these road mics do themselves justice, it ought to be able to capture that. So yeah, last sort of 20 minutes or so of the show. Just catching myself up on the time. Nuki Zakynthos. And our ghost plane from Loganair. That really nearly caught me out. I kept looking through the hedge, couldn't see it. Sorry if I give you whiplash with the camera rotation. Oops. So, Loganair, 1 in 1 out. Okay, back on terra firma. With our Bergen jet scooting into the pits. This one going over the far side. Tony, the acoustics were great, weren't they? Yeah, there's no question. Its sound output was very refreshing. Political bias, welcome back, my friend. Hope you've had a good time since we last spoke. This land here, the crossbar on the tail, I assume is a stability thing, but I'm not aeronautically clued, so throw that one out to the more learned people in the chat. Alexandra advises Jet 2 from Alicante 10 minutes out. I will literally stay on that. I'd have figured this would be rolling. Seems to be anything on the horizon, immediate horizon. Just a spot of suspense building, no doubt. Yeah, there's not an obvious reason, is there? But I suppose we'll look at the bigger flight plan, haven't we, as to whether they want it up in the air yet. But yeah, you think it would, away you go. Just seem everything's been running a bit late today to some extent. Oh man, that bites. Do you have to travel far? I mean, if you get here and it's delayed and it's raining, it's almost like... Oh. Although it's never as bad as when you actually turn up thinking it's not going to rain and it rains, that's it. This is the warmest day's plane spotting I've had this year. It's the first time I've had no coat on. Check that out. What's your name anyway? First name? What's your first name? Henry. Good to meet you, Henry. I'm Mark. All right, there you go then. There you go. Well, welcome to Plane Sailing Aviation, Henry. Just for the benefit of everyone in the chat and watching in the lounge, Henry's here spotting, taking stills, aren't you, Henry? And what a day for it is. Anyway, showtime. Here we go. Tranquility returns. Okay. What else are we going to be able to show you in the last 15 minutes of the show? See. Melody R, I've just spotted your entry into the chat, Melody. How are you doing this fine Saturday? Hope all is good with you. Tony McCall, thank you for your time, mate. It's been a pleasure to be in your company. Have a great rest of day and thanks for your support. Really appreciated. I was picking up melodies from Canada. In fact, I think we've been introduced to the chat before. We have. Anyway, all the way out there in Canada. Am I right in thinking, Melody, you live in the place that's quite hard for me to pronounce? Well, that doesn't rule out an awful lot, but I think you know what I mean. Anyway, hi and welcome back. Right, Alexandra confirms Jet 2 from Alicante on finals. Roger that. I'm in pivot mode now, so I'll just pivot myself around. I've finally become live and athletic in the last 15 minutes of the show. Good thing we've not got that behind the scenes camera footage up yet, otherwise you'll be having a chortle. A bit of boarding going on there. Just trying to get a shape of what's left to do before we knock off. That Alicante flight must be virtually imminent. So I'm just going to rest you somewhere skyward. You can probably hear it anyway, I would have thought. From Alicante. So what does the scorecard look like for us now in the last 10? Ryanair wouldn't be till 20 past 3, so I think that's a bit further on for us. Come on, flight radar, show me your thing, come on. Melody, yeah, that's the one. Saskatchewan, which is clearly not what it sounds like to you, but yeah, I can see it in my mind's eye. I remember letters better than I pronounce them. Okay, Vislandia, do take care. Ryanair from Milan, 3 minutes out. Good spot there, Alexandra. My flight radar, I think I'm just going to have to go for a straight refresh. Oh yeah, just say I've got it stretched out on big scale at the minute, so yeah, so it'll be about 5. So I reckon that might well be the last arrival of the show. Correct me, team, if I'm wrong. Like I say, I don't want to just be showing nothing. We've had patches and gaps that I wasn't expecting today. Can't be helped, but it's flipping up there, isn't it? Let's have a look. Stretch it out to its max. We've got a Chewy departure to Antalya that's transponding, which I think will be our last departure. And we'll take the Milan Ryanair as our last arrival, folks. So 2 more planes for the show, unless I've missed something awesome. And then you can all get the kettle on, because you've definitely earned it, or something more refreshing. What time do you start the pizza oven up, Alibi? Ooh, hang on a minute. Oh, good shot, Alexandra. Sky Ranger plane. I'm not sure I visualise that on my light. Tell you what, we'll if it's going to turn up in the next 10 or thereabouts, let's have it. But if it's going to be another half an hour or something, I figure that you will need a rest from me. And of course, this hard-working Bob team also need to be able to put their feet up. No question. 4 hours, Doris. I do know it goes by so fast. I barely remember, if I'm honest. I think that's the thing I find when I watch other people's streams as well, that you can just lose yourself in aviation. It's just divine. But lose yourself in a nice way, you know. Especially if you've got a stream with some nice chat going on and some good people to, you know, chew the fat with, enjoy what you see with. Right, the Chewy Antalya flight is, my left eye is on it, the right eye is on this one, which probably makes me look even stranger than usual from a distance. Probably look like I've been hit on the head with a big mallet or something. I'm trying to have an eye on each plane. They're going to cut across each other in a jiff anyway. Here we go. So that's when we're going to hand them over. Might get to see the tug unclipped. Warmer over there. Bez 54, I have just seen your entry into the chat. Your daughter's on the Milan flight. Excellent. Well, hopefully we'll do her justice on landing, but need to get to subscribe. In fact, here she comes. Anyway, Bez 54, I'm Mark. It's a pleasure to meet you, my friend. So, this is Sky Ranger. Did I say Sky Ranger? Got a Sky Ranger in my head. Sky Ranger plane. It's anything more on that, Alexandra? I think that's our last arrival booked otherwise, and here is our, I presume, our last depart. Alibi, 6 to 6:30 tonight. Well, I hope you hang on to some of that 18 degrees that was being touted. It's still nice here. It's yeah, nice one, my friend. Loving the emojis, loving the emojis. Mad Matt UK. Listen, mate, it's been a pleasure to be in your company, buddy. Sorry I butchered your name earlier on, but it's always well-intentioned stuff. But Mad Matt UK, it's been awesome. So look forward to catching up with you next time, pal. Okay, Alexandra, then I think we're pretty much fixated on this Chewy depart as our last plane, which feels like the nice way to finish. Sound you can probably hear in the background is a Skyhawk out on the far side of the circuit. So we just need this plane to close out the show. Tell you what we'll do, we're going to do something slightly different. Not different because I've done it a few times before. I think I'll close out the show and see where we are with the departure. Then we'll just finish with the live action. Kind of makes sense. So before we do that, just so I've got a straight idea in my head where we finished. Beloved mod team, how did we do on the old likes? Bez 54, yeah, get the tea on. She'll be hungry, no doubt. All that fine Italian food notwithstanding, travelling always gives me the munchies. Without exception. While we're talking, Bez, your daughter in Milan, was that leisure, education, work? It's another one of those world-class cities, or that ones I understand to be a world-class city, that you think might be quite nice. Anyway, we'll follow it in. If she's port side, use the China phone at the window. Says me, who doesn't even know how to switch the torch on his phone. Excellent, we're going to get a nice close shot. Nell, I bet you're glad we didn't make the windsock redundant. Nice leisurely stroll to the gate. Aviation Adam, funny actually you say that. I got slot restriction starting to form a larger thought in my brain. I think what we'll do, have a quick look at everything else. So Bez 54, short city trip for 5 days with a boyfriend. You had the dog and now they're back to sunny Northumberland. Yeah, days like today really could be quite misleading, couldn't it, for the local tourism scene. It's been fantastic. Although even for the sun cream, I bet you I've got burns in places I weren't expecting. Anyway, I hope she had a lovely time. Bev Charles, good afternoon Bev. Hope you're well. You are literally, I don't know if you've been in the lounge before you've entered the chat, either which way, our pleasure to be with you this afternoon. We're just debating on the final plane of the show, which would be this outgoing TUI plane, but we're kind of wondering whether there is a slot restriction potentially. Although I can hear some engine sound. I think we'll just take whatever we see next. So the plane you're looking at is due to go to Antalya. That was scheduled for a 2:30 depart. I could have sworn I heard the sound of an engine pickup. Either which way, that's stoically static at the minute, so let's just oh, well, this is interesting. For a minute I thought that was inching forward. That just shows you the power of wishful thinking. Okay, I'll tell you what we're going to do. While we let them work out what they were doing, thanks Aviation Adam. So yep, on the move is your advice. I can't quite make it out sufficiently in the viewfinder, but yeah, we are spot on, Adam, spot on. Final plane of the show, folks. So next show from us will be Edinburgh Monday. More on that when we wrap the show up, followed by Aberdeen on Monday. So distinctly Scottish theme for Monday and Tuesday next week, and then during one of those shows we'll announce where we're off to next weekend, which those of you who are members will already know, but in terms of wider public announcement, we've yet to, as the saying goes, spill the beans. Not that it's a state secret. Well, Alexandra, at least it's moving. I genuinely thought we might just run out of time with this. Just looking at all my devices, I've gone sort of like a bit gung-ho with not putting my tablet on charge and other bits, and like I was saying earlier, a bit like Michelle Johnson's phone, the last bit of charge starts to fall off really fast. But we should be fine. Sorry there, I've just got a bit hot on the button. Can't blame it on cold fingers. I think it's need a pot of tea. Remembering, what did I say earlier? I've got to pick some milk up, that's right, pick some milk up. There's 54, entirely my pleasure, but I always say on this channel it's the people in the chat and the moderators who really make it what it is. I'll go and film the planes, add my 10 penneth, but yeah, this is this show's all about the viewers, and the viewers really do make the mood music, no question. It's been absolutely fantastic as always. I'll have a look, Alexandra. Oh yeah, I can. It's above my position, about, I don't know, maybe a couple of miles north of me now. Yeah, make the most of the sound, folks, because it is a prevailing westerly at Newcastle. So reverse op stays like this, although they've been quite common in the last week or two. I don't think we'll be keeping much of this for much longer. Still, as always, we make the best fist out of it we can. Hold tight. Bev, we were saying earlier, it's been a theme in the chat, we like the well painted Chewies. This being one of them, to be fair. Sunshine does a real treat with it, doesn't it? Off to sunny old Antalya. Oh, sunny northeast. Right, folks, quick due diligence check. Fast as Funk. I've just seen your name appear in the chat. Here we go, Fast as Funk. Good afternoon to you. Thanks for joining us. You've literally caught us at the point where we're about to blow the whistle. You've also got a warm day in Geneva. How cool is that? It seems most people have got a decent day's weather today. It does uplift, doesn't it? Right, quick check then before we close out. Nothing on finals. There is a Paphos flight pinging, but my view is with that, if it's imminent, when once I've wound the show down, we'll take it. But other than that, there is always one more plane. Hope that's okay. What do folks want? Do you want that last Chewy, or should we wrap it up? I've just realised, viewer led I should be. 15:15, 5 minutes in it. I tell you what, Alexandra, let's make that the last plane. I think we can just about squeeze enough juice out the tablets. Encoder's looking good. Camera's got 12 minutes on it, but I have a battery change in my pocket. Okay, let's just see how that floats. Melody's got it warm in Canada as well. I'll tell you what, it's is that global warming or just spring? Or a bit of both. Right, I'll close the show down first. I think that's probably the best thing, and then we can catch that Chewy if it's catchable. So I'm just going to take myself front of camera. There's the first thing you notice. I am definitely not some badass rapper, so that just reflects the fact that the sun is coming down on me, so I'm trying to keep the sun off my neck. Definitely going for a cricket floppy, I think, for the next one. So I just want to say thank you one and all for some fabulous support during today's show. Our moderator team, and it's a decent innings, all of this, and it's a major commitment. So Alexandra Wood, Alibi 58, Nell W, Dopey Gorp, all played your part in a very enjoyable show, and I hope you all found it very enjoyable too. Absolutely awesome. But I say thank you one and all to anyone that's liked us, well, watched us, liked us, subscribed. All of those things help the channel, and we can't ask for more than that. As always, I have to give a special shout out, quite rightly, to Dopey Gorp for a fantastic super chat donation, and also Michelle Johnson for another super chat donation. Both staunch friends of the channel. We get supported fantastically in all kinds of directions. Main thing is, it's just been great all ends up. So, of course, I'm away from my screen, so let me just eek. Yeah, Alibi, it's just a pleasure, and I hope you have a cracking time with the pizzas tonight, with a couple of cold ones. You've absolutely earned it. Andy P, phone's low on juice. Yeah, this tablet is. It's tumbling down. We're running out of atoms, electrons. That's the word I was wrestling for. So yeah, thank you one and all. Next show, as I was covering on the last departure, will be Monday from Edinburgh, 7:30 till 11. That'll be a close finish on 11 because I've got to head on upwards to Aberdeen for our tea time show from 3 o'clock till 7. So I really hope as many of you as possible can join us for that. Really excited about that. Aberdeen's a completely new one for me. As I've said earlier in the show, I've not been north of Edinburgh before, so my horizons are being stretched. And then during one of those two shows, well, two things are going to happen anyway. We're going to poll you in terms of where to go Tuesday, be it Glasgow or Edinburgh. Glasgow's got the bit of the nudge with the A380 and the Smarties livery that Tony McCall was talking about earlier in the chat. But of course, I've got to work out when I get to Glasgow from Aberdeen what are the traffic movements. I don't really want to arrive into some big elongated pause. So I think we'll do a membership poll just to sort of get a sense of, all things being equal, which would you prefer, and we'll go from there. So that'll be Tuesday's show, and in one of those two shows we'll announce what we're doing at the weekend. That's going to be another away day trip. Of course, members already know where we're going, but everybody else have just got to keep a little bit of suspense for a little bit longer. Andy P, entirely my pleasure, my friend. Honestly, it's just watching planes with friends. Is there anything finer to do? So it's been the proverbial busman's holiday, I suppose. Any sense of anything happening with that Chewy? Let's have a look. The Paphos departure. Is it actually moved is the question. Due to go at 15:15, I think sorry, I've moved out of shot, Alexandra said. If you heard that sound, it's my tablet saying enough's enough. Okay. Fastest Funk, no worries, my friend. I'm touched you found us at all. I love your stream. I mean, I've got to say, Alexandra would put me on to what you do, and Geneva's just such a cool place to stream from. Like a bit of excitement in the background. Right, I'm not going to keep you detained from other things that you'd like to be doing on a Saturday. Thank you so much, one and all, and I really look forward to catching up with you on Monday. Do take care. Bye now. Oh, before I pull the plug out, if one of the mod team could release Melody's message, I can't do it from here. But thanks all. Take care.